I've updated the stream tags. Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Ever wondered why bees hum? It's because they don't know the words. On Twitch, Stream Elements says, PlayCompile is now live. Streaming software and game development. iDLE gIRLS. 300x armor icons finally complete. Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream.
Okay. So we're trying to set these up as buttons. Buttons.
Alexandria says, "Ah yes, my 40 seconds in ads."
You're a sub, aren't you? Aren't you subbed? Hello, Alexandria. Okay, so in my previous buttons...
Alexandria says, "No, Miku is just crazy."
Yeah, I know. Well, that's a bug actually, because she didn't use to... Since I changed the intro, she's not supposed to talk about the ads. It sounds funny. We don't talk about the ads. We don't talk about the ads at the start of the stream because that's just weird. And the intro's playing anyway usually, so we don't need to talk about the ads. So she's only supposed to talk about the next ads, but I guess I broke her when I changed the intro. So that's another bug I need to fix. But we're not working on Mika right now, we're working on this. So she's just gonna have to wait. She's a bitch anyway. Right, right, my buttons, I did a great job with these ones.
Alexandria says, "Also there is another new dang old grandpa game announced yesterday."
Another one? Oh my god. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how did I set these up? Do I have a class I can use? It was so long ago when I put these buttons in, I can't remember. So I could do with some kind of like core class or something. That's not a bad idea actually. I'm just thinking, what if I what if I had like my own custom code for creating buttons, like I don't know, cap button, whatever, right? Cappy button, and then I could just iterate through game objects at the start and then set them up as buttons, like do everything that needs to be done to them so that it makes it quicker for me to just add buttons. It's probably a, yeah, that could be awkward anywhere because I'd have to find where they all sit. I'd have to do like a full look through all the game objects. Let's take a look. Let's see how they're set up. I genuinely can't remember. Well, I know how the buttons are set up, but what I mean is, how are we doing this hover stuff? Were we handling it from a central script? Are we handling it on the button itself? Event trigger, pointer enter, list empty. So we're not using Unity's event triggers. I assume we're using a script. I can't even remember. What the fuck am I doing? Right, I've got a button. That's got a raw image on it, but there's no script on either of them. So we must be handling these from a central place. So there must be a button listener somewhere. I genuinely can't remember. It was a couple of weeks ago now. Where the fuck did I put that? Is there like a core? That is the core canvas, right? That is the core canvas. I want to put it on core, should we? Yikes! I genuinely don't remember. New game is asking me to create a password, so it does do something. Oh wait, hang on. No, I don't have a script on login. So where's my auth script? Is it on core? Yeah, that's a bit of... I don't know why he did it like that. That's kind of a weird way of doing it. Here we go. Auth is... Right. Auth is handling the buttons. Oh my god. So I guess I could have... I guess I could have my wiki system handle the buttons for the wiki. But I feel like there's a better way. I feel like there should be a more central way of doing things. Because this is still kind of awkward. I feel like I've solved a lot of problems at like centralizing things and getting things to talk to other things. And the organization's pretty good. But these buttons are still a pain in the ass. There's got to be a better way of doing it. Because this contains all the hover on and offs. It should just be a class in and of itself, I feel like. But then what do we talk to on like hovers and clicks? That's the thing. Yeah. Right, here's what I should do. 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 I should take a look at the buttons, because they already have the buttons and stuff on them. And I should duplicate one of these buttons. So this one's going to be log out, or does it say sign out? It says sign out. Yeah, we added this one more recently, and it still says settings 1. So that is now sign out. And I haven't wired it up yet, but it will get wired up at some point. Right, so this button here is going to be these buttons here, our role buttons. So let's drop that onto our role buttons and set it up. So we've got role 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 5 roles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roles. Okay, we need 6 roles. Okay, so this would be button attack. Button attacker. Button breaker is next. Button defender is next. Button healer. So what's the new game? Is it going to be different characters again, or are they won't bring back Monokuma, will they? Button buffer. Button debuffer. Or are they bringing back the egg? Like, is it a continuation of this current new franchise, or is it like, are they just going to do individual stories with individual characters from now on, I wonder? Because Tribe 9 wasn't actually by them.
Alexandria says, all I saw was a lolly.
I suppose there's worse ways to go, I guess. Worse ways to go, I guess. Depends on what, you know, whether it's a snowbreak lolly or a normal you can't arrest me anime lolly. Right, button attacker, breaker, defender, healer, debuffer. So we've got an image. This one is going to be button. Are we working backwards now? That's going to confuse me. Okay, button debuffer. Wait, they like overlap each other now? That's kind of weird. Huh. That's completely changed the layout. Have you noticed? That's kind of weird. Right, I don't like working backwards. Let's work forwards because it's confusing my brain. Okay, let's work forward. So let's start with attacker. Button attacker. Also, what is all this shit? I need to delete this. This has come over from some asset or something, probably. Some package. Right, button attacker. Oh, you know what? I know what to do. What we do is we make them all button attackers so that then it's already in that alphabet in my list, because then I don't have to look for it. There we go. Button breaker. That's genius. Then button defender. Okay. Then button healer. That's so much easier. Then button buffer. And button debuffer. Beautiful. Okay, so now we can see the roles. But like I say, what's weird is they overlap each other now. So the... Wait, how is that even possible? Are the images bigger than their containers? Okay, that's really weird. I have no idea how that's happening. I guess I could just space it out to fix it. Oh, wait, what? They've got like a set size. Okay, that's really weird. I suppose it's because the image is the child of the parents, and maybe the grid doesn't affect the size of the children, but the parent moves them.
Alexandria_C posted a link.
YouTube, we can't open that one with OBS browser. It'll go all kinds of nuts. Alright, let's have a look. What on earth is going on? I can't remember.
Alexandria says, I have a feeling it was about to be a mobile game and they said, fuck that, release it now.
My mind is completely blank. It's like my memory has been wiped. Mate, your head's been chopped off. It's much worse than you think. Okay, this looks much more badass. Have a good day. You can't remember anything. Not even how you died. I mean, so far this looks pretty badass. By the power of God, your life was extended. What the fuck? What is wrong with these creators? If you clear what? If you clear God's trial, it's very Persona looking, which isn't a bad thing. You'll be revived as your old self with your memories intact. Is that the lolly you're on about? God's trial, what should I do? So that's our Paimon, is it? Oh, I already read that. This must be Paimon. Okay, allow me to teach you everything. Oh, it's definitely Paimon. Yep, definitely Paimon. You need to make the criminal who killed you confess to the murder. Oh, so it's actually going to be a whodunit then, isn't it? Let's cut out all the chit-chat and get straight to something. Let's get straight to the conclusion. Yeah, so maybe they're doing another whodunit. 5 prime suspects. Yeah. Yes, please. They won't keep otherwise. Oh, thank you. I'll stick them on that. Ah, thanks. I might roll off. That's alright. Right. Yes, it's looking more like a whodunit, isn't it?
Alexandria says, yeah, this is more like 999, which is more straightforward whodunit.
If I were the killer, it would have been the perfect crime, not a single clue. Now that the founder is gone, we need to keep ourselves together. We're only here thanks to the grace of something. This means that all of us ministers are prime suspects. As long as you're not suspected prime ministers.
Says, less minigames, more just pick and choose your answers.
Right, so there's a prime minister in it, so we get to play Keir Starmer. I'm not interested. Unless we get to kill him. Oh shit, that's probably going to flag up somewhere. If you don't hear from me again, you know why. Quit acting all pure and innocent. You're after the empty founder's seat, yeah. This is a trial given to you by God. Find the one who killed you, make them confess their sin. Yeah, this looks dope actually. And kill the one that murdered you. Yeah, I'll look forward to that in 2045. That'd be good. That's not coming out in September. That's getting delayed. That, which will be good because it'll be good then. If that comes out in September 2025, it'll be trash. But if it's September 2026, it'll be good, right? You take your time, guys, like I do. You see how much I take my time and struggle. That's what you need to do. All right, now that I've given them advice, we can get back to this. So how the fuck am I gonna? How am I gonna separate these buttons? Oh, like that. Like that. There we go. I knew I'd figure it out eventually. Okay, so what the idea here is, I'm going to make it so that you press the roll and it'll jump straight to the thing. Right, so then we need on our armor script, which is on here. Here. Right, we need all kinds of shite. Yeah, this is the bit that's making me a little bit apprehensive about... Do I want to do it the same way I did the login screen? Because it's a lot of external references just to make buttons hover. I feel like there should be some kind of class for it. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I mean, I could set up a custom class. Oh, I'm not gonna regret this. That should make things easier if you think about it. Right, let's break this down.
On YouTube,
let's break this down.
Pika Beta says, "Hi Cappy."
Hello, Pika. Pika's here to break this down with me. And Pika says, Cappy, you idiot. Obviously, what you need is a custom class with your own type of button system baked into it. That much is obvious. That's what Pika says. So we'll take Pika's advice and we'll go into scripts. And we'll set up a custom button. What should we call our custom button class? Idle button? I like that. I like that a lot. It's an idle button. Okay. Whoa, I spelled it wrong. Ah! I spelled it wrong. Look, forgive me, Pika. You know I'm stupid. I'm trying my best. Don't shout at me. Alright, it's a typo. I'm sorry. I'll fix it now. Don't get mad. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. We just got the L and the U the wrong way around. It's fine. Also, I've got such a hodgepodge of British and American spellings across this game. It's unbelievable. Yeah, but I've made a decision on that, right? The way I see it is I'm making a game for global audiences. So I don't get to be British. That's what I've decided. So I should Americanate myself, which can be quite painful. But I'll Americanate myself and my game because it's for global audiences, so it makes more sense rather than look all unless I was going for a really truly British theme. If this was like idle British totty girls, jolly good, then maybe I'd spell things the British way then. But I think because I'm making a game for global audiences, the way I see it, I should probably spell everything the American way, because then it's just more universally, you know. I think that's the right decision. So the funny thing about this game is under the hood, everything's spelt the British way.
Pika says, "Hi Cappy of the Sleepy."
On the UI. Are you feeling better? You weren't well or something. Hi Cappy of the Sleepy. I thought you said you were sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I actually slept much better last night, which is the first time in a while. But yeah. Right, so an idle button needs to compose of a button, right? Which needs Unity Engine UI. Right, I've got a great idea. It wants to be as self-contained as possible, right? Let me just think about this. So we'll have a public button that we can access from other classes, right? And we'll call this very creative. We're going to call it button. Now bear with me. I know this is getting a bit nuts. And then if we think about a structure, right? So the way these buttons are set up, what we have is we have the button on the parent and the image as a child. So we also want a hidden inspector. Although, no, these can be private, right? These are handled internally by its own system, right? So what we can do is we can do a private...
Opposite of me, I had a rough night's sleep. Even though nothing has changed IRL, no matter how late I stay up, my body wakes me up at the same time.
Yeah, I've been like that lately. It's probably a demon in your bum. Raw image. Right, so we'll call this okay, I'm going to call it image normal, and then we're going to do a public. Wait, that's not image. This is a raw image. Okay, we'll just call it image. And then we'll do a public. We're going to do a private texture 2D, which is... No, that should be public because we need to tell it... No, it shouldn't. This is great. Okay, private. Here's why this is great. Okay, here's my thinking, right? I set the button up like this and make it look however I want, and then I should just be able to set it and forget it. But we need to remember what that image is for when it's not doing the hover.
We know there's
so
a British-inspired gacha coming in the future called Shadow Palace.
We'll store it in image normal, and then we want a public texture 2D. And this is going to be image hover, okay? Okay, so now our class can store all of that, and it should be able to self-manage itself, right? So what we can do is on void awake, we can set the image normal. So image normal wants to equal image texture. Why doesn't it like that? Because it's not a texture. It is a texture. Should I be storing them as textures then? Maybe I should store them as textures. Okay, I'll store them as textures. Hopefully that'll work. There we go. So what we do is when the game starts, it'll find all of its buttons and store the normal non-hover image against image normal, so that when we put the code in for the hover and the non-hover, it knows what to revert back to. And then publicly in the inspector, we will store the hover image in there, right? Okay. But let me just see if we can improve this. Okay. So I'm going to speak to Jibbity right now. And I'm going to say, look, I am looking to create a universal button class for my game, for my Unity
Pika
game.
asks, how's your project coming across Cappy?
It's fine, it's fine. I'm looking to create a universal button class for my Unity game. I already know that my asset name will follow a structure, e.g. image normal equals button example 0.png, image hover equals button example 1.png. Right. Is it possible to automatically find the hover's image by naming convention.
I used up 3 of my energy drinks in TOF today and I'm now level
to manually
98.
assign each one in the inspector. Okay. You use 3 of your energy drinks in Tower of Fantasy. How many have you got? And now you're at level 98. You're so excited for 100. I hate to break this to you, but nothing really happens. I mean, you go up 2 levels and that's, but you love those levels. You love those levels, though, don't you? You love them. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make my game go to level 6,000, and you're gonna be hooked. You'll never be able to stop playing it because you'll just be like, oh, I need to get to 6,000. Yes, absolutely. You can automatically assign the hover image based on a naming convention if your image normal is known at runtime. Here's how to make your iDLE button class automatically assign image hover by finding the texture that follows your naming scheme. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Okay. Whoa, has it put the hover event in? It's put the hover event in as well? Jibbity! Oh my god. Jibbity's getting a bit flirty with me here. I think she's flirting with me. She's like, I've even wrote the hover event for you, sweetie. Does it work though? That's the thing. Hopefully it works. Okay, so it's gonna get the normal name, image normal.name, and then it's gonna replace 0 with 1, and then it's gonna load it.
If I was able to create a game, then my game would have over 1 billion player levels.
1 billion player levels. Well, at that point, why not just make it infinite? Just keep adding 1. You don't have to put an end. You could just keep adding 1. You can make it infinite levels. But that would be that's my worst nightmare. It sounds like that's your dream game, and that's my worst nightmare of a game. Okay, so if we assigned a button, why are we not using it? We don't use that. Or do we? Oh, we do. No, we only get the component though, but we never actually use it. But I feel like something else might want for custom. Yeah, it's also made it private, so I want it custom. So if I want manual handlers, if I want manual event handlers, oh, that's a good point. Well, let me ask it. Okay, let me test this.
Arcapi would like 999,999,999,999 player levels instead.
I really wouldn't. That's 3 too many for me. I'll have 3 less, please. Yeah, that's my limit. Yeah, honestly, no one's gonna live that long, Pika. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Say, listen, son. Okay, we need to have a sit down. We need to have a talk. I started this game in 1946, and there's 9,999,999,999 levels, and then a few more on the end. They just added some more yesterday, and I'm on my way out, mate. I'm on my way out. All right, so I'm passing this game on to you, and you need to keep grinding. Now I reached 3,856. Okay, so we're doing good. But I need you to take over for me when I die, son. Alright? We need to hit that. What do you think he's going to say? Imagine if it's your son, he'd probably say, yes! Yes! Thank you, Father.
999 trillion,
Thank you, Father. This is such an honor.
999,999,996 player levels instead.
I am.
Pika asks, what has been your worst game you played with player levels that was hard and long to get to Cappy?
Right, sorry about that. What has been your worst game you played with player levels that was hard? Well, Nikke never ends, but well, they keep upping it, but it's way ahead of where I'll ever be able to get to, which is not, I think, the ideal type of thing. But it's each to their own, right? Some people prefer that. Some people prefer a shorter grind. It all comes down to personal preference. Right, so I'm going to test this button class that I just made. What did I call it? Idle button. Idle button. And because we haven't actually registered it with its parent, right, the actual gear system, we can test it now to see if it automatically does the hover. So we'll see if Jibity did a good job. It did not. Okay, it did not. It didn't work. Do we have any errors? I mean, ignore that one. That's been there for a while. We got no errors. Okay, we got no errors, but we also got no hover. Okay. So let's see what it tried to do. I noticed it didn't use the button. Add hover event. Game object. Get component event trigger. If trigger is null. Triggers game object. Add component event trigger. Event trigger type pointer enter. Image texture hover. Image null.
V. Bishnoi says, you are really great man.
Am I? Thank you so much.
Pika asks, what has been your best game you played that was very easy and short to level up in Cappy?
What has been my best game I played that was very easy and short to level up? Oh, I don't know. What a question. Oh, God, I have no idea. Quick and easy to level up? I don't know. I have no idea. I can't even begin to think about that. I have no idea. Not a clue. Yeah, because it's trying to add the... Let me see. It did try to add... Oh, that's not... It's not that getting in the way. Yeah, that's clearly not working then. Event trigger type, pointer enter, image texture, hover. So if we go back and have a look to see how I set it up on the login screen, so in auth, I'm pretty sure we made a method for it.
Is this your work or passion?
Yeah, a bit of both really. So, I mean, mostly it's like, yeah, I'm not actually making money off it yet, but I'm hopefully that'll be the plan one day. But yeah, this game is this particular game is to enter into a contest. So Unity have these web game contests, and I won second place the last time I entered, which was my first entry, and I'm going to try and hopefully win first place this time. But this is also like a proof of concept for me to actually make a live service gacha game, and then if all this works great, then I could then move on and, you know, make one that could be monetized, I guess. But yeah, I'm kind of just, I don't know. Mostly I'm making it for like the contest, and just because I enjoy making it, and every time I make one I get better at it, and it's fun for me to make these and learn from them. And I stream them because if anybody else is, you know, wanting to make one, maybe they can get something out of it. So that's cool. And it's nice having a bit of company, you guys, from time to time. Pika asking me what's the longest nose I've ever seen in a game ever, and what's the most number of nostrils you've ever seen on a monster, and all kinds of fun questions here. It's great. So let's see what we're doing. So we've got, right, here we go. Add listener, on click.
I played Wua's newest film event and it was pretty much battle after battle and wasn't as interesting to play, and best of all, they tell you the total duration of that event.
Yeah, thanks, Bishnoi? It's really small on that screen. It looks like Bishnoi. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we add a listener for on-click. So this is when we click the buttons. These are the events here. Add hover events. So we say button new, button image new 0, button image new 1. And then we've got a void here. Add hover events. Okay, so we do just add an event trigger type of on pointer enter, on pointer exit. Now I think this new one was doing it slightly differently, and I don't think it works. Let me just check that. Okay, we are using on pointer enter, on pointer exit. But here it says on hover enter, on hover exit. Yeah, there we go. And then we actually play the on hover enter and exits. Okay, so we could try and borrow this code where we're actually going to take this functionality and we're going to put it into the button system, so that, and then all buttons will use that system instead, and then that way we can sort of just, you know, pipe everything through here. It has an add trigger and it has an add hover events. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace these because these aren't working. But the thing is, to be honest, I don't know if it's because it didn't find the image properly. The problem now is I don't know whether it's because it didn't find the image properly, which is the new thing we've never tried to do before, or whether it's because the hover events themselves aren't working. So actually, before we do that, let's just do it. Well, there's not. Yeah, the thing I don't like about this method is there's no like code, right? So the button would be button. The texture, this one wants to use a texture 2D, so we'll change it. Yeah, this one's using texture. So we'll change it to texture. So we're going to send a button.
The second phase of the latest Wua update should have started with a new story quest, and now it's just 3 weeks away until Elf Girl is due to arrive according to the Wua community.
Image normal. I'll try to contain my excitement. I'll try not to wet myself. Image hover. I can't promise anything. I didn't mean to click that. What was that? Okay, I didn't mean to click that. What's this? If group inputs active self. Okay, this is my own code for logging in, so we don't need to worry about that. So we've got a raw image, button image. Well, button image we already actually declared as, that would be our image, right? So we can get rid of that, and it's where it says button image, we can just say, what did I call it? Image. I'm surprised it lets me use that because that's a class. And then it's saying there was a message that we had for like a TXT status bar, which I do like on the login screen. I can see how this could bite me in the ass, by the way, because How do I pipe click events through to an external class? How do I pipe click events through to an external class? I mean, I could make a public function in the system controller called something like handle click, and then handle click like receives some form of information about what button was clicked, right? Like a button serial number or something. Let me think about this. Yeah, this might be awkward. I'm trying to think how this should work. Okay, well, let's test that first. That should get the hover functionality working. It's still not working. I think it's the part where we try and get it to automatically find the image that's not working. Yeah, I think it's the part that's not getting the image that's not working. Now we can find out, the way we can find out, right, if ever you're not sure, we can make the hover image public, which exposes it in the inspector. So as soon as we make this change, we'll now see button hover in the inspector. There you go, it says it's none. If it finds it successfully, we should see it in here. Yeah, it didn't, look, it didn't find it. So that's why it's not working. So that, whatever Jibbity gave me as code to find the asset, it's not working. I'm curious, if I manually assign the attacker one, does it get pushed out? No. But it's also not working when it's assigned. So we've got like two problems now. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Why the fuck isn't this working? Okay, I'll see if Jibbity can fix it. Jibbity made this mess, you could fix it. Okay. There are currently two issues with my script. One, the hover image is not being assigned automatically after exposing the reference in the inspector. It remains as none. And two, even when manually
says, "You buddy."
Even when, keep it up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Even when manually assigning the hover image, even when manually assigning the hover image, the hover event is not working and updating the image. Okay, and we'll send it the script back and see what it comes back with. Now, my suspicion is that the first error isn't working because it doesn't understand that it's an asset in my assets folder. Because typically you have to reference assets in Unity, because the way Unity builds work is it goes through all the references and then it compiles out to the C++ libraries, and if you don't reference an asset, it just doesn't include it in the build. So that's probably got something to do with why the first part isn't working. But it's weird how the second part isn't working, because that should work. Okay, let's see what it says. This happens because...
He asks, will your game be an idle gacha or just an idle game?
It's going to be a gacha. Image hover remains none in the inspector. This happens because image hover is a public field, and when Unity sees a public or serialized field, it preserves what's assigned in the inspector, even if it's a null. Is that true? That feels like a lie. That's a fucking lie. I swear that's a lie. I can prove it. I can prove that that's a lie. Let me prove that that's a lie. Okay, so what it's saying is we wouldn't see it in the inspector because it won't update it. That's a complete lie, by the way, and I'll prove it right now. Let's assign lie texture. Let's apply lie texture, and when we awake, we're just gonna say image hover equals lie texture. Okay, this is how I can prove that it's lying to me. So I'm going to assign... That's the funniest thing. I love it when Jiminy's make shit up. Yeah, beware of Jiminy. It will. So we're going to give it the cat, right? And now we should see this hover image when I press play change into a cat, and that proves that it's lying. Told you. That's a complete lie. Why are you lying, Jiminy? You lying bitch. Alright, it's lying to me. It's fine. Okay, I don't know if I trust this solution if it's lying about the problem. Don't worry about the inspector. Don't worry about the just don't worry about the inspector, right? Just forget about it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. This is terrible advice, by the way. The value is assigned at runtime and won't be visible unless you check it via debug.log. This is another lie. Where are you getting this from? You're just making shit up. To avoid confusion, make image hover private. No! No! You can expose variables in the inspector, and this is great advice, by the way. By exposing variables, even if you intend to keep them private or hidden in the inspector.
Not every system and not everyone is smart, since machines are created by humans.
Yeah, but it's just literally just making shit up. I don't even think any human would lie about that.
Alexandria says, imagine the crazy life advice GPT could give Kappa.
Yeah. Don't worry about washing and having a bath. That's all just, that's what girls are into. You don't need to worry about that, mate. You just leave that poop all over your face and food. It'll be fine. Is the raw images raycast target enabled? Is the button on a canvas with it? Stop gaslighting me! Now it's trying to blame my setup. If you notice, it always tries to make it your fault. Okay. This could be... let me see. Did we use iPointer events? Yeah, that could be what's missing, actually. That sounds familiar. Let me see whether my... Where is my authentication script? It's closed itself. I need to go and find it again. I already know where it is. It's up here. There it is. Yeah, we're not using iPointer events, which I actually like. Huh. So why is it working on here and not on the other one? Alright, just for shits and gigs.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Who did the wizard marry? His ghoul friend.
Alright, I'm going to back this code up because this code is actually much closer to what I want. So I'm just going to stick it on a notepad over here for now because we're probably going to want it back. But just out of morbid curiosity, because I love sticking my penis in a meat grinder, let's just run it and see what happens. Jibbity, you've made such a mess of this. What's all this? What's all this? What's all these white lines everywhere? Jibbity, Jibbity, you made everything so much worse. I knew it would. Let me turn that battle script off as well. I'm sick of seeing its error. It's like I'm not ready for that yet. Yeah, it's why? How has it managed to completely break my UI? I think that must be the point of event or something. And nothing's blocking the raycast, just in case it was. Yeah?
I'm trying to do this sound on this one. I can't find it. It's in settings normally, but...
So what's happened? Have you...
There's no sound, so I can't even hear someone trying to get in touch with me.
So there's no ringer sound?
Ringer
you
sound.
You can hear people on the phone.
I can hear people.
Calls, but you can't hear the ringer sound, right? It should be in here then.
I don't know what the interest in that.
Ringtone.
E.T.E.
It's already turned up. Nah. It's already turned up. Yeah, no, I'm looking at it now. I don't know, I haven't had an iPhone in ages. Ringtone. I mean, it should be working. It's all set.
I know, it's all set.
Oh, there was some stupid... Oh, hang on a sec. They did put some weird, stupid... I remember getting this on tech support.
I don't know what's going off. It just went off all of a sudden.
Just a sec.
What was working?
There was some new feature they added, which...
Everyone's going to text me the phone number for the Teesside stair lifts, and I do it quite quick apparently.
Let's try Do Not Disturb and see if it's not. Do Not Disturb. It's not that. It's off. What else could it be?
All I can hear is a slight buzzing off it when somebody's trying to get in touch with me, and I can't even hear that. Only when I have ordered it.
Why the fuck have they put sound?
It's in settings normally.
Yeah, I'm in settings. They keep moving things. Jesus Christ. I hate these things.
Keep over.
I do. If they just left things alone, but they move things all the time, they had these stupid features that nobody ever asked for. What is this? I can't even search for sound.
My new phone is dreadful.
This is why I stopped using iPhones.
What was that?
That's my chat.
Oh, right.
Haptic sound. Sound haptic.
What does that mean, haptic?
Oh, don't ask, I have no idea. Speak and play sounds. More announcements. I mean, Yvonne just sent you a text there and it just went and vibrate. Is there like a vibrate only mode? It's got to be like a silent mode.
Yeah,
or something.
I think there was, yeah, but I didn't choose the vibrate. I chose the sound.
Use the ring silent switch that you must have... Oh, there, yeah, I forgot all about this. It's that, right? Do you see that switch there? I completely forgot about this.
Oh,
iPhones have this stupid switch. Yeah, you had it on silent. So if you put it down there, it puts it on silent. And if you lift it up, it takes it off silent.
Oh, well, I know it's working now.
Trust me, it's working. Because it was on silent. I forgot all about that switch. I haven't had an iPhone in years. Right, that should be fine.
Thanks.
Right.
I thought that was what you plugged in, that.
No, it's a switch. It's a silent switch. Yeah, I forgot about it. Alright. Alright, sorry about that. Right, where was I? Oh my god. So that just messed everything up. I wanted to get my script back, which I backed up over here. And I don't know why it's messed my UI up. Hopefully that fixes that. Yeah, what? Why is my UI now messed up? It's like... Okay, the buttons should be invisible. What the fuck? That's the... Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. How is... What? How is the button making my image, which is a child component, invisible? That is not making any sense at all. It should be that one then, probably. Yeah, it's that one. I don't know how the hell the script changed that, though. What the fuck? That's so weird. Right, anyway. Why the fuck won't this work? Well, it's probably because, okay, all of these, again, the hover is not set. So let's try manually setting the hover. Oh, why is everything such a pain in the ass? UI, there it is, button attacker 1. Oh my god, this is actually driving me insane. Right, the first thing I'm going to do before I try and be too smart and like automatically find the images, I'm just going to get rid of this, because this might be wiping it out somehow. So I'm just going to mute that, and instead of doing resources load hover name, because that doesn't seem to be working anywhere, I'm just going to mute everything out that's trying to use that feature, and then it should use whatever is stored in the reference for these hover icons. So breaker would be breaker, defender would be defender. This is a classic example where like I could have been up and running with this a lot quicker if I was just to make this work for this interface. But what you quickly learn is if you can find ways to make something that's going to work everywhere, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get that working. But once it's working, it's like then you can just like fucking add things like crazy and you don't have to worry about it. It's like you invest more time in the initial setup and the initial structure of things, but you save so much time, like, you know, further down the line. Yeah, that's not just, the hover is just not working at all. So is an on-click event working? So the on-click event would be add a listener. So let's try this. So we'll do a button on click add listener. Yeah, we'll just call it. Oh, I can't use small or because it's already used, and then we'll just say on click, and then we'll do a void on click. I'll just do a debug message to see if it's working. Button was clicked. Why doesn't it like that? Oh wait, do we need a lambda or something? Oh, you just call the function. Oh, weird. Okay. Right. Fucking hell. Yeah. Okay, the button click isn't working either. What the fuck? Why is nothing working? Sometimes Unity UI can be fucking weird though.
Pika says, Cappy will be the Wind Knight for BPSR.
What is happening? Well, the weird thing about this, here's the weird part, right? The weird part is that, okay, so the way these buttons work, right, is the image, it's basically raycasting, right? So what raycasting does is what it sounds like it does. It casts a ray. So basically, you have, essentially, imagine this is like an area that's like it's like a collider. So it's a bit like the same as like in a shooter, essentially. In a shooter, you shoot a bullet and you check to see whether the bullet collided with, you know, the enemy or whatever. So you put a collider on the enemy. UI works the same way in Unity, except your mouse is the bullet, right? So your mouse raycasts, it sends a ray. So if you're looking at it from the side, this would be the button over here. Imagine your mouse pointer's like over. It's a beautiful mouse pointer over here, and so it will cast a ray onto the collider to detect whether it's over the UI or not. Now, the way that works is it needs an image which has a raycast target, which is this thing here. My camera's probably in the way. That's what this is here, raycast target. But other raycast targets can get in the way. Now, these images, I've noticed, also have raycast targets on them, which they shouldn't. But also, that should be over the top of that. So I think these images are blocking.
My normal times I come to Cappy's stream is after dinner time at around 7 p.m. or 7:30 p.m. to around 8:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Then the second time I come to his stream is around 10:30 p.m. to 12
Why
a.m.
are
or
you
12:30
posting
a.m.
messages like that? Do you think anybody wants to hear that? Let me check the other one. So the ones that work are these ones, right? And if we have a look at these ones. So this button will probably be set to be invisible right now. The weird part is it's not. What the fuck is happening? I'm so confused right now. What the fuck is happening? Well, this button, the button doesn't have an image on it. Oh, wait a minute. Did fucking gIRLS do all this shit? I wonder if gIRLS did all. That's why it's not working then. Yeah, no, I know why it's not working now. gIRLS fucked me over, you know. So what gIRLS did, I think gIRLS assumed that I was stupid and I didn't know what I'm doing, but I am doing this in a very unconventional way. You motherfucker.
What class will you choose for BPSR Cappy if you were going to play that game when it comes out fully?
Right there, target graphic. This overrides it basically. So what gIRLS's done is it's tried to set a button up like conventionally, which I can kind of see why, right? Because it's thinking, oh, this must be a user error. No, it's not a user error. It's your fucking shit code, you little bitch. And you just set me way back. There's an example of where, like, gIRLS assuming that I'm just doing something wrong has actually fucked me over, because it broke my custom setup for these buttons. This is why they weren't receiving raycasts. Fuck! Right, this has completely fucked me over. gIRLS, what have you done to me? Yes, because I turned the... and then I turned the raycast target off. Because I was confused why we had two images with raycast targets. So now it's because it doesn't have a raycast target. Now it does. Okay. Now, at least now it's making sense. And it still isn't fucking working. Oh my god! Okay, I am so fucking angry right now. Because I've got to fucking delete everything and start all over again because gIRLS's a fucking obnoxious piece of shit that just assumes I'm stupid. Right, let's make a new button. Because we know these work, right? These are set up correctly. It's like fucked my It fucked my setup up completely by just assuming that I was doing something wrong. But like, I already know those work, bitch. So don't fuck with my setup. That it really shouldn't be doing stuff like that. It really shouldn't be changing anything without checking with you first. That's fucking obnoxious as fuck. Whatever. Right, I gotta set these buttons up again now. So we want an attacker, a breaker, defender, healer, buffer, debuffer.
Machines don't get everything right all the time.
I'm not asking it to get everything right all the time. I'm asking it not to fuck with my stuff. Asking it not to change what I've already set up, because it took me fucking ages. And I didn't ask it to do that. That's the biggest problem. It's not like, oh god, you know, it's not like I've been banging my head against a brick wall for 16 hours. Like, it should only do that if it's like, you know, listen, you know, make sure that this is happening and that is happening. You know, make sure this is set up and that is set up. And then even that's annoying, because it's like, yes, I know that's what you would tell a noob, but I'm not a fucking noob. Like, the problem is something else, right? But even if it was going to do that, it shouldn't just make changes without like letting you know or asking you. It should be like, oh, you know, if you're still not getting anywhere, we could try, you know, setting this up dynamically as like a default button. Do you want to try, you know, it should ask you, do you want to try and do that? But to just do that without asking is fucking horrendous. Anyway, whatever. I just think it shouldn't be doing stuff like that. Right, so image, raw image is pointing to that, which is our child, which is our button on it. And now we need to go and put in attacker, breaker, defender. Like, this, all this shit takes long enough as it is. Like, it's so time consuming. So like, the last thing you want is to have to fucking do this over and over again because some obnoxious fucking language model decided to do things the way it thinks you should do it. It's like, no bitch, I have my own way of doing this. I just wanted you to fill in one part for me and you couldn't even get that right, and now you've ruined everything I've set up. Oh bitch. Right, okay. So now we have the buttons set up. They don't have the button scripts on yet, so we're going to try putting that on. I need to read that code now to make sure it's not fucking with anything. I'm pretty sure it was that version that I replaced, though. It was only that version that did that.
Do you have a class in mind, Cappy, for BPSR when it fully releases?
I don't know what BPSR is. Is that the game that's in beta now? I don't know. I don't understand the question. Yeah, about Blue Protocol. Yeah, you're gonna have to be clearer because I don't fucking hell. I don't like what. See, do you not think I've got enough to do? And now you're having me have to decode your bloody chat messages.
Protocol star game.
Yeah, I get that now, but like, I've got enough to deal with without having to decode your messages. Pika. I don't know. I haven't looked at the classes. I don't know. I'll just figure it out when I get in the game. Too busy trying to make my own games right now. I mean, we don't even know when it's coming out. We haven't even got a release date yet. And this still isn't fucking working. Yeah, where did off image come into the equation? It's equation. It should be image normal there. That should be image normal.
You would make a good knight for BPSR Cappy Wind or Shield. If not, maybe you would make a good heavy guardian Cappy.
It's because the function is taking an off image, that's why. And then we say add hover events on button with image normal, image hover. On hover enter, on hover exit, on click. Okay, I am genuinely starting to get extremely irritated by this. I don't understand why it's not working. We have the raycast target, we have the image. It's the same button as what works on the authentication screen, so we know it's set up correctly. It's got a button class on its parent, and we've target graphicked image. Now this target graphic is to tell this class what to raycast against. So we're raycasting against the image, which has a raycast target on it. So there's no logical reason why this shouldn't work. We're only using mono behavior on this one, which I really like. I like not using the eye pointer events because the eye pointer events suck. So why does it work in here and it doesn't work in the other one? It doesn't make any sense. Alright, see you in a bit. See ya. So let's go through step by step, right? We add our on-click listener as a function. Are we using any kind of special name class for this? Unity Engine event systems, which we're using here, and Unity UI, that should be all we need. That should be literally all we need. I wonder if it's because I feel like that name's a bit too generic. I don't think it would matter, because if there was a problem, Visual Studio should tell me that this is this is a reserved class name and I can't use it. But it does make me wonder if that might be why it's not working. I'm gonna go with button. It's like, I don't know, I can't really think of any other reason why this wouldn't be working. I fucking hate it when things don't make sense. Oh my god! Why isn't it working? I'm actually genuinely getting really annoyed now. Something must be blocking the raycast, but what the fuck could it be? Get that out the way. It shouldn't be that though. That won't even move. Okay, now it will. And what's this container? I mean, it shouldn't be in the way though. You can see it's got But what's this square here? It's almost like the size. What's the size of the image? It's rect transform. I mean, it's a little bit... It's a little bit smaller than like the actual size of the button, but not in a like... Not in a function breaking way. I don't even know which bounds it would use anyway, to be completely honest. I think it uses the bounds of the image. Because if it's raycasting against the image, right? So if it's raycasting against the image, then it's got to be using the image's rendering to do the raycasting in some way. Oh, this is driving me insane. This is driving me insane. Why? Why is it torturing me? I don't understand. I don't know why it's torturing me. Why is it torturing me? Like, it's the same fucking button that's working on the auth screen. What the hell? Wait a minute. No, because the auth screen... Just wait a minute. 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 Let me just double check something. Right. Where do our UI components that work sit in terms of layering? They shouldn't be big enough to block that though. And also the scroll bar works in the scroll view. So if let's say, because it is possible that something is so big with a massive rect that's like covering everything from the login screen and blocking the raycasts to this layer. However, if that was happening, our armor view wouldn't scroll because it wouldn't be able to receive the clicks and stuff to scroll in the first place, and our armor view scroll is scrolling perfectly, so I can't really see how that could possibly be the cause. But I guess if we just disable everything else, something could be blocking it. Turn order. What the fuck? This makes no sense. This actually is making no sense at all. Oh my god, fuck you, Unity. What are you doing to me? Why are you doing this to me? It doesn't make any sense. Blocking objects, none. Blocking mask, everything. Our graphic raycaster is set up. There's no reason this shouldn't be working at all. It doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, this is driving me nuts. There's like nothing. Show me the rect for that. I'll even, just to absolutely, we'll just fucking make everything else smaller just in case. There's no way that's blocking that. I'm completely at a loss here. I fucking hate it when shit like this happens. Nothing makes me more angry. Because, like, I can't fix it if everything looks good. Right? You can only fix something if you know what the problem is. There isn't a problem as far as I can see. So how can I fix it if nothing is wrong or broken or whatever, right? This is what's so frustrating about it. is like, this should work. Wait, roll buttons is this big. Is it possible that this needs to cover the whole area? Like maybe the parent is, like there's some like, maybe they've set up some weird thing where you can block raycasts by making the parent smaller than the, no, it's not that. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense either, but you never know. I'm just trying to find anything I can find at all to try and make sense of this, and there's just nothing does. Nothing does. Yeah, I'm completely at a loss. I'm completely at a loss. So all I can think to do now is to create a standard button and put that script on it and see if that clicks. I'm just trying to like process of elimination or something, right? Like what is the problem? Well, that's interesting. Our button, oh wait, yeah, I guess it would, wouldn't it? Our button went over there because our grid component thing moved it. So it would need to be outside of that, I guess. So let's just drop it onto wiki and make it big and brave and beautiful. There we go. Even that one isn't fucking clicking. I don't understand what is happening. I'm actually going insane. Why? What is blocking it? I don't understand. There's nothing here that could possibly be blocking it. Or something's fucking blocking it. But what? Because the thing that's so mind-bending about this, right, is if something like this seems like the only time I've ever seen this happen is if like there's some big massive canvas in the way that's like blocking all the raycasts to the one that I'm trying to work with, and it's sitting over the top of everything else and I just can't see it because it's like invisible or something, and that's stealing all the raycasts, right? That can happen. However, this is the mind bend, right? If that was the case, then let me load my armor. When I load my armor, where the fuck is it? There it is. If that was the case, loading this wouldn't work. I would not be able to interact with this at all. I wouldn't be able to scroll it. I wouldn't be able to click these buttons. Everything would be blocked, right? And this is what's so bizarre about it, is if I can interact with this, then that means the UI system is working, the raycasts are getting through, all of the event functions are working properly. Like, UI is up and running, right? There's no doubt about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to scroll this fucking window. So how are these not getting through? This makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. This is actually driving me insane. I am completely stumped. UI can be an awkward fucking pain in the ass sometimes, I will admit. But like, once you've got an up and running script in a project, if you copy and paste the code from one place where it works into a new place, then it should just work, right? Because if you were having some weird, because I will admit it can be fucking temperamental sometimes. Like there are a lot of things that have to be just right for it all to work, and sometimes you can be banging your head against a brick wall, wondering why none of your events are triggering or whatever. But like once you get past that initial hurdle, normally everything else is fine. So it's just weird that there'd be a particular button on a particular area or whatever, right, that just doesn't work. This is the unusual part about it. What do I even do now? Where do I even go from here? Like, what the fuck? I literally can't click buttons. I can't make a very good game if I can't click buttons. But why? Why is it suddenly just not? I genuinely don't understand what is happening. Are those blocking that one now? No. It's just not doing it at all. Like, the only thing I can think of that's slightly different is that my auth system is running off a canvas and it's linking objects that are on a canvas. And so I'm wondering if there's some weird relationship between event system off canvas and event system on canvas that's causing a weird discrepancy. I mean, it seems a bit weird. But this is weird, right? I have to think of weird. I have to think of every weird potential. There's got to be. I've got to be missing something. I have to be missing something. This is actually insane. I have to be missing something. What am I missing? Like, is this code even running? That's a good point, actually. Like, do I have proof that this code is running? Not really. Let's get proof that this code is running. Because, like, I'm at a loss. Okay, initial button init completed. Right, let's see if we get that message in console. Is that code even running? Because that would also explain why it's not working if that code's not running for some weird reason. Wait. Wait. It's not running? Okay, we're getting somewhere, sort of. I mean, why is it not running? Why it's not running, I haven't a fucking clue. But it's clearly it's not running. Okay, that now, at least now we know why this isn't working. Because this code isn't running at all. What the fuck? I'm so glad I did that now. I see. This is when it's funny when, like, you get to this point where you're debugging something and you're like, there's no way it's this, and you feel like you're wasting your time by doing something that just seems really arbitrary, but you're so desperate, you're just like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And that was a moment where I was literally throwing shit at the wall. I did not expect that code actually wasn't running, but I thought, well, I probably should check just in case. But yes, that's actually what's happening. The code isn't running. So at least now I know that code's not running, and that explains why it's not working. But now the question is, why isn't that code running? Because we're on an active game object. We're in the awake function. This is getting weirder and weirder by the minute. I might restart Unity. I feel like something's like desperately wrong at this point. Like, if that code's not running, then what the fuck? Because I don't see a logical reason why that code shouldn't be running. Right, let's just restart Unity because things are getting really strange right now. I feel like I've slipped into some alternative dimension. Also, whoa, that's weird. Right, also the weird thing is, what are you asking me? Right, it looks like we have two idle... What are you saying? Yeah, I don't fucking know, mate. What? First of all, why was the two of them open? That's also weird. I had two of those scripts open at the same time. So maybe one was conflicting with the other one. And who knows which one was actually saved. And how did that happen? I have more questions than answers right now. Okay, but we're starting from like a cold... Not exactly a cold boot, but I guess a cold load. Is that a thing? It's not a thing. See, cold boot's an actual thing. So cold boot is when you turn the computer on from like... Yeah, cold boot, also known as a hard boot, is the process of starting a computer from a completely powered off state. So I'm doing like a cold load, I guess. But is that even a term? I bet it's not. Okay, it's a power grid term. A cold load is... If in the context of a power grid, it refers to a significant surge in electricity demand that occurs when power is restored after an extended outage. Okay, so we're not doing a cold load. We're not going to overburden our power grid. Okay.
Alexandria says, Ted would have loved to have talked about loads.
Don't remind me. Right, okay. We're in Unity. It's a fresh load. That sounds even worse. That sounds even worse. It's a fresh load. All over our face. Fucking may as well be. And we're gonna run it. Have we still got our debug in there to say whether the code is running? Yeah, we lost that. So maybe that didn't get saved. Maybe the code is running. I don't know what the fuck is happening at this point. Okay, we're going to do a message. Code is running. Alright, now we'll hit play. What do we get? What is happening? The code's not running? What the hell is happening? This isn't funny. This actually isn't funny. This isn't funny. I've slipped into some kind of alternative dimension. Like, because I'm genuinely worried about the project right now. Because, like, wait. Like, seriously, why is that code not running, right? Is there something, like, seriously wrong with the project or something?
And Shuman Singhal says, hey there.
Hello. It's a mono behavior. We could try putting this in start. It's almost like the awake function wasn't happening. Okay, I don't know what is going on, but that code is not running. Okay, I am absolutely dumbfounded right now. What the fuck is going on? Okay, I am genuinely dumbfounded right now. I'm going to go and delete that script.
Where are you from and can you tell me about your game?
Yeah, I'm English, from England, and this is going to be a turn-based RPG game with like autoplay. Create mono behavior, test code. If I can ever get code to run again. What is happening? This is actually insane. Right, missing monoscript, yeah, because I deleted it. I might need to I don't know what I need to do. Okay, let's see if this code runs. Code is running. I hate it when, oh my god, I hate it when weird stuff happens like this. It's so bizarre. It's like, hey, I need to take 3 steps forward, and then suddenly I realize I've got no legs. I don't exist. There we go. Code is running. That's what it's like. It's like I need to take 3 steps forward. Oh shit, I've got no legs anymore. No, well, that's good. This is gonna go great, isn't it? Okay, we've got legs again. Maybe we can actually start. Right, code is running. Code is running. This is great news. Okay. But also, is it because we only got 1 code is running? Oh yeah, but I suppose that's, yeah, I suppose that script isn't on these objects, right? So the next test is put that test code on these objects, and this time we should get 7 code is running back, and then that makes sure these game objects are sound, right? Yeah, we got 7 stacks of code is running. Okay, that's good news. Okay, so I guess something went wrong with that last script then. Like, seriously wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna back this project up onto a different drive. This is really weird. Like, this almost sounds like corruption or something. Let me just back it up. I do not want to lose this. Alright, so I've got to back up on this other drive from a while ago. What's my project called? iDLE. So we're gonna just back it up again. Probably just one of those really weird glitch in the Matrix moments, but it still makes me nervous. I want to put this much work in. Right, while that backs up, I'm going to go and get a ham sandwich. So, I'll see you in a sec. I have some cheese crackers. Ow! I have to live such a boring life. No, it's because I've been getting a lot of headaches lately, and cheese gives me headaches. Now, I love cheese, but it does give me migraines. So I'm looking in the shop, and I'm like, what sandwich do I want? The only thing I even liked was plain ham sandwich. I'm like, well, at least it doesn't have any
Since
cheese
ads are
in it.
about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Fuck off!
Did you hear about the circus fire? It
You'll
was
be on
intense.
fire in a minute. You'll be on fire in a minute if you don't stop interrupting me. With a stupid fucking joke. So I thought I'd play it safe with plain ham, but god, it's a plain ass sandwich. They never have chicken meal in that shop. Chicken meal is probably my favourite sandwich. Because it doesn't make me ill. And it tastes good. My god, that's a plain... Look at what a plain dismal sandwich that is. How pathetic... Look at it. Isn't that the most pathetic sandwich you've ever seen? There's literally just 2 slices of bread with a little bit of ham in the middle. God almighty. Of course, the bloody supermarket where my mum does her shopping doesn't sell chicken mayonnaise sandwiches.
Time to smoke purple weed.
Purple weed. Is that the same stuff Prince smoked? Hurry up. There's no way I'm going to sit here for 7 minutes and 30 seconds, so you better hurry up. Ugh. Oh, open these fucking crackers. I just want a cracker, man, to go with my plain ham. That's too much to ask. Fucking Oliver Twist coding. Windows, why are you so fucking shit at everything? It's 80 megabytes, for God's sakes. Pika's chat messages are bigger than that. Oh my god. It is on a slow USB drive, but fuck me. Well, if I'm sat here anyway. I'm so bored of this game. Better than sitting there staring at a fucking progress bar. Cheap ass fucking shovelware.
ちゃんと検査させてくださいね。
I think somehow I managed to find an even jankier game than Snowbreak with this. This makes Snowbreak look polished. Oh, bloody hell. Now, I think that's my medication. Someone's at the door now. What a fucking day. Oh.
I've set the stream title to E.T.E Chronicle. Let's go, and updated the stream.
Okay, good news for once. Because I ordered my medication yesterday. And they wouldn't... Well, I say they wouldn't let me. So basically it's like I do it online. I normally got this box that's like repeat prescriptions, and then you just tick them. And then they send them. But sometimes they'll be like, we're not letting you do it this way because we want something, right? So it was like that on my gout medication, my itchy pills. They were like, no, you can't have your itchy pills because like a blood sample is overdue or something. And I'm like, well, number one, I can't ever get through to you. You literally sit on hold for hours trying to get through to them. Number two, like, my blood's fine. Like, I know when I've got gout. Somebody gonna fucking make me do a blood test every fucking 10 months or something. This is gonna be annoying as fuck. So I pushed the order through as a manual order so you can like type it in, but I wasn't sure whether they would actually give me it or not. So I tried ringing them then when I got back from the supermarket, and what do they say? Oh, you need to phone between 9 AM and 12 PM or between 2 PM and 5 PM. Why? 2 hour fucking lunch. Of course it was 12 o'clock, so I couldn't fucking do it. So I'm like, fuck that. Anyway, I just checked. And then I checked online, and it said prescription requests, like you can check the outstanding ones. It said they dispatched my other medication, but not the itchy pills. So I thought, the fuckers haven't given me my itchy pills. They're going to make me do a blood test. Which is why I was phoning at noon. Anyway, I just checked. They snuck them in there. Got them. Snuck. Oh, I'm so lucky. I'm just such a lucky boy. I get to take itchy pills. Yay, aren't I lucky? I'm really living the life here with my plain ham sandwich and my itchy pills. Oh, I'll tell you what. Oliver Twist would be fucking jealous. Right, so Grandad got his itchy pills, so that's the good news. First piece of good news I've had for all fucking week. Alright, let's spend this on her. Right, that other backed up now, what? I don't really want to play this. Right, it has backed up. Then again, are we about to cap? Alright, I'll see what. I'll just quickly send her out. Get some of these fucking things going in. 6 runs. Is that all you'll do, you lazy bitch? Go on then. Go on. Okay, so load my game back up. Right, that'll do, honestly. Get out my face. Right. Got 2 of those as well. Alright, so we're back in the projects. We were trying to make like a fucking idle. I like the idea of the idle button class. Oh, maybe that's why it wouldn't work, because I called it idle button and it thought, oh, well, I guess I don't have to do anything then. Imagine if that actually was a thing. There's like some deep like fucking paragraph in like Unity's original like 1984 manual that's like, oh, if you name something that starts with idle, it won't do anything.
Shashwat J. Swall says, hey buddy.
Hello. Okay, so we're going to try and recreate the idle button class, which, despite its name, We do want it to do something, but it didn't last time. It literally fucking destroyed my project. So let's try and do it again. So we have a canvas. We have some buttons. Let's just get rid of it. We'll put that up there in case we need it back. So these are our buttons, and we want to but one button to rule them all. So it's basically like Mordor's, what do they call that thing from Lord of the Rings? The Eye of Sauron. It must be Sauron. This is Sauron's button. Okay, one button to rule them all. That's what we're trying to create right now. So we want this button class on all buttons, the idle button. And I wonder, I did back the code up, but this code broke my project. I don't see any reason why though. Just in case there's something weird in there. I mean, like what? I don't know. Like, they literally shouldn't. Yeah, just in case there's something weird in there. Let's just play it safe. Alright, so what we're basically going to want is we're going to need a reference to the button, right? So we're going to do a private. We need Unity Engine UI, okay, to have access to the button class. Then we can have a private button, which we'll just call button. Then we're going to want a void awake. But before we do this, because of all the problems I was having, yeah, we do want that. And then because of all the problems I was having previously, I just want to make sure this is actually running.
Can learning Python be good for me as a one-year college student?
I think coding any language is can be beneficial. Python's really good for just like quick iterations of things. It's really, really good actually. It's good for like just general things. Like if I've used it to like, let's say I've got like a folder and I want to rename a bunch of files, or I don't know, download a bunch of images, or yeah, it's like, it's a really like get up and quickly get stuff done in the command line type thing. And for AI, if you're doing anything with AI, it's the only language you'd probably want to look at, because all the AI stuff seems to use Python. But yeah, I think it's worth picking up, definitely. And you probably get better than me at no time, because I'm not very good at Python. I don't use it too much. But with like ChatGPT and stuff as well can help you out. It's can be a godsend. Although we just sort of destroy my project here, so it's hit and miss. So I still would recommend trying to like code things from scratch. But then it is nice to know that you can always just like, you know, get a few examples by GBT if you need them. Alright, so we're going to make sure that this code is running, because last time it wasn't. Code is running 6 times. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Okay, so now we know we should be good, right? So we got the button component, right, from the button on the object itself. We also have an image component on our button, which is our actual raycasty image. That's also, so it's a raw image, and we'll just call it image. That's also going to have like a hover and a non-hover version, right? So we're going to have image equals transform find, and they all are labeled the same way, which is image, and then we just want to get the component of raw image. Get component of raw image. Right, then we need a, for now we're just going to do a private texture of image normal, and a public for now texture till I get proof that this is working of image hover. So we can automatically get the image from the image texture and store it on awake. And then the public image, we now need to add listeners and things to that. So if we just quickly assign some hover images on these, doop, 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 and in UI. So attacker will have attacker 1 as its hover image, breaker 1, and we'll just do 3 for testing for now. There we go, defender's got defender 1. And they just basically glow and, you know, like highlight when you hover over basically. Now to do the hovering over, we need to add a listener class. So I can never remember the exact syntax, so let me just grab this. We also need Unity event systems for this. So we'll import that. and we want we can add the hover events. Let's just do the on-click event first. I want to make sure the on-click is working first. Actually, I don't have the on-click code anymore in that. I guess that was the original one that we got from GPT. So if I go to my auth, we've got one in here. Where's my on-click? There it is. Okay, so it's going to be button, on-click, add listener, and we'll just call it on-click. So we want a void, actually I'll make it a private void on-click with a capital O, and here we're going to do our new debug.test that's going to say I was clicked. So we could say this.name was clicked. There we are. Does it want that? Wait, that didn't. What does it not? Oh, it's because it's got. Oh, look at the L. It's got a capital L. Why do I keep putting capital L's there? I want a small L. Give me a small L. Like I've got a small PP. There we go. Okay, brilliant. We've got a small L now to go with our small PP. Alright, let's go. Test it. This better work or I'm going to be fuming. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I still to this day don't know what went wrong before. I have no idea. The code wasn't running. Don't know why. No clue. But anyway, the important thing is it's working now, right? But that's, yeah, annoying. Anyway, it's working now. Brilliant. So we know which button was clicked and the code is running. Brilliant.
Alexin 853 Cozy.
Cozy time. Now let's do a cozy hover event. So we're going to use, because we know it works. We know it works. We know it works. Oh, we do. Because we know it works in our authentication system, we're going to use a add hover event method, which we're going to take from there. But instead of sending, okay, we send it a button, an image hover, and an image on non-hover and an image hover. So in this case, this one's going to be button, this one's going to be image normal, and this one's going to be image hover. Now it's red right now, red RAM, because we don't have that method, but here is the method. To my madness, we don't need the on click anymore. That would be interesting though. We can try and figure out what we can do with that. Actually, there might be some universal way we can receive clicks. Just don't let the kids know. They'll do anything for clicks these days, those young'uns. They give their left nut for a couple of clicks, I'm telling you now. Stupid millennials. Right, add hover events. Okay. Wait, why are we only receiving... Okay, I have no idea. What is happening? Right, there we go. Hover image. I mean, really, add hover events. It's just this part here, really. So I'm actually just going to stick it in a wake. Right, and then we don't want a string message. We don't want to use texture 2D, we want to use texture. So then we don't want to point anything out from, pump anything out into a text component. And now the only issue is we're trying to send a message, which there is none. Yeah, we don't need this entire method now. This one is image hover. And I assume button image is the raw image. Okay, so it's not button, it's image, isn't it? So that should be image. That should be image. That's image hover, and that should be image normal. There we go. Alright, let's test it. And then when we're happy that's working, then we can try and do the smart ass thing we were trying to do earlier, where we can just automatically, there we go, it's working. Oh, it was. Oh, you know why that's happening? It's because, yeah, it's because I only set the first 3 buttons to make sure we could just test it. So I haven't set the hover icons, so these are just showing up as empty images basically, because they're not assigned yet. But these ones are. So this is actually what's happening. And we can still click it. Yep, it knows we're clicking it. Okay, so now we can try and do the smart ass thing that Jibbity was going to try and do for us, which was the resource load replacer function thing. But I like to, yeah, now that that's working, let me just quickly back that up in case we break something. I'll break its fucking legs if this doesn't work. Alright. So 16 months ago when we first asked it the question, it gave us this little... Oh, actually that was something else. That was me pulling images from URLs. Yeah, that's a nice little system that I made there with Jibbity's help. Caches images and memory managers, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, we're done with that. Still images. I should have made a new chat for this really. Fuck. Wait, am I in the wrong... It's not even there, is it? I was in the wrong chat. Why did it change chats on me? No wonder I couldn't find it. Yeah, that was really weird. Right. So we've got normal name and then string hover name. And then we try to do a resources load here. So this is the magic part, and we'll see if it works. Now if this works, it means we can make image hover private, and we can just automatically find the hover image. So we should probably do that before we add our first listener, I would think. So we'll do it there. Okay. So let's see if that works. If that works, I'll be rather impressed. I don't know though, because I've got to wonder about builds. Like I say, if you don't link assets, they typically don't go, yeah, I didn't think that would work. Because I know how Unity works. Also, I didn't change that to debuffer. That should be debuffer 0. There we go. So I don't even think there is a way to do that. It seems kind of like a shit. It seems like a bit of a shame though, rather than having to like manually assign these things. It's not the end of the world having to manually assign it, but it, you know, it depends. You've got 4,000 buttons, you know what I mean? Then come to me and tell me it's not a big fucking deal. Do you know what I mean? It's, these things amount, they add up to time and effort, and it's like, I don't know. it's a shame that you can't just dynamically infer that and then pull them in through the assets. There must be a way to do that and include them in the build. I can't think of one. I'm not aware of one. Maybe there is, but I am going to ask Jippity to explain itself, though I already know it's been gaslighting me today, so whether I'll get a sensible answer or not, I don't know. Okay. Loading the resource. Oh, it's probably going to tell me it needs to be in resources. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, what you can do... I bet that's what it was thinking. Yeah, ensure both textures are in assets resources. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So with the exception of, remember when I said, oh, Unity doesn't put anything in the build unless it's linked. That is true to a degree. But it's also true that if you create a resources folder, anything you put in billing mode. What the fuck is that? What is that? Android Store Google Play. Must come from some asset. Yeah, with the exception of the resources, if you put stuff in a resources folder, Unity lets you load things dynamically from a resources folder. So I guess we could stick our buttons in there. Phone's ringing now. Oh, it just never ends. Let me just go see if I can get it. Right, sorry about that. What's up with my mouse pointer? Why have I got a million fucking... What is happening? Why are all these open? I must have accidentally hit the fucking keyboard on the way out and opened them all. Right. Yeah, I could stick them in resources. I guess that kind of makes sense. But I wonder if you can path them out like that. And then does that just automatically work now? Oh, it does? Okay, yeah, that's dope as fuck. Yeah, that makes sense because Unity will include these in the build. That's what the folder's for. So you can like pull things in if you need to without linking them. That's actually really cool. But I'm wondering about folder structures. Can we stick them in a folder structure so I can put like UI in UI and then use this for multiple things? I would guess so. Where do we do the loading? Resources, load, texture, hover name. So how about we say UI plus hover name, and I'm guessing that won't work, but if I put it in a UI folder it then will. UI folder. Because I could use this for all kinds of things. That's actually super cool. Oh my god, because I will start to, I will come up with naming conventions for things like buttons, like just stuff that you need for every game. And then I'll build a little tree function in my resources, and then I'll just start writing scripts that just pulls these things in by itself. And that could save me so much fucking time. Yeah, does that work now? I'm guessing it will. Oh, I like it. I like it. All right. All right, I'm liking this. That might not seem like a big deal, but that's actually really good. That could save me a lot of time. Because now I can start to like put, you know, resources that I just want to load in dynamically like that, and have a structure for it and everything. And I don't need to fucking manually link a million things. Because instead I'll just have a naming convention that knows what to look for. That is super cool. I'm really happy with that. So now our biggest problem is, okay, so we have a central script now that can do button hovers, which is nice. It can also handle clicks, but the problem with this is I need to think about this, because there is something called reflection you can use. So the problem with this now, right, is this is the code that's going to happen on every single button click. So we could, I guess, we could just put a bunch of if statements directly in here and say if this dot name is, and then just name all our buttons. So this one is button attacker, and then we put the logic for the button in here. There are two downsides to that. Like, the first downside is it seems a little unsophisticated writing raw logic in a button class like this, but who cares how it works under the hood. But the second thing is it also means every button would need to have a unique name, because if I had a button attacker for my armor and a button attacker for my gear, then how am I going to distinguish which is which? So then you either need to start adding more logic to decide where it's come from, and it can get a bit crazy. But also for this, right, each button is going to, let me think about this. What is the most sophisticated way to do this? Essentially what we are doing when we are clicking a button is we are wanting to run some form of logic. Now in this instance, we want the logic to do something very, very similar for each button, and that is a scroll to. So I feel like I should create a scroll to class now that can handle that logic, and then I just pass the value to that function, and that value will take care of the rest. But this is where things start to get a bit muddy, right? Because I have to think. I think you would need reflection to find a specific class, because you can't link an unknown class. You also can't inherit it on a class just by name alone, because you need to define its class type. But with reflection, which is really advanced shit, I don't know whether WebGL would support reflection or not. So there's this Microsoft class called Reflection that basically lets the C++ application reflect upon its own class structure and variables. So that sounds kind of nuts, but what it means is so let's say I made a class now called a scroll to class. So I'll use my anime gear, right? Anime gear is one of my custom, not anime gear, armor gear. Armor gear is one of my, it's not even armor gear, armor set, for fuck's sake. Right, is one of my custom classes. So if I want to access that custom class, I declare it like this by naming its type, then giving it a variable to assign memory to it, and then I could even like assign it to something, right? Like I could say get component armor set or whatever. But do you see how this all needs to be hand typed, right? So C# needs the class link, like essentially this creates a link, right? So when it finds this in your class struct, it links it behind the scenes, right? So it knows what you're talking about. But if you wanted to say, essentially what we would need for a universal control that knows the class is we would need to store a public field. So let's say we stored a public field that said class name, and I set armor set like this. You could say get component, right? You could say get component armor set 2 equals get component, but you can't say class name because it's looking for a component type. So this is where you would need reflection, where you can basically find that class type and reflect in on itself and return the class type to then declare as like some variable like reflective class type, which is really cool and really powerful. But number one, I don't know. There's a couple of issues with it though. It's a little bit slow. It's not very fast. It's like a little bit inefficient. I also don't know whether WebGL will support it, and it can be a little bit awkward to set up. But the advantage of it is you can set a class name like this. So I could say this button is responsible for the scroll to class. Then we can call that class and reflect in and find that class dynamically by just reading the public information, like by just reading that string. So we could do like a class find, read that string. And then on that class, you could just have like, so I always wanted to do something like this because I feel like this would be the most fucking object-oriented, dynamically driven thing you could possibly have. I don't know if it's going too far though. And then it's like, okay, for a scroll class, you would take a value that you want to scroll to. That's pretty much all you'd need. But other classes would need to have similar structures, otherwise it wouldn't work. So then you've got to decide, okay, what are we passing? We'd have to have the same. Let's say we were passing floats around, right? You could, I guess you could have a custom, yeah, the only way to really get it to work would be to have like a custom float receiver class that uses reflection. And then we could set up our scroll to class to use that float receiver class. And we would send it these float values here, right? Which is where it wants to scroll to. And from that, we could execute the code that we wanted to execute, and it would all work through the same reflective system. But I think that might be going a little too far. I've always wanted to try it though, to see. I have sort of dabbled with it in the past, but this might be like overly solving a problem that doesn't really exist. I don't know if it would be worth the effort. Yeah, I think the best way to do it would be to say on our button class. Oh, this is the button class. Here's what I think the best thing to do would be is just to sort of do a halfway between the two solution, and a halfway between the two solution would be to give it a function name, and this essentially is just a string identifier, and then that way we can have more than one button attacker, and we can put an over nesting function that says if function name is and this is for set UI. So this is armor set UI. Armor set UI would be our string identifier. And then we can overarch that and then split all our buttons like that. And then that way when I want to do weapon set UI, I just set it to weapon set UI. Then all I have to do, yeah, this is the best way to solve this particular issue, I think. Then all I have to do is go into all my buttons, and I can multi-do it, and I can just go, there you go, these all belong to armor set UI. Boop, done. And now every one of those buttons has like a name now that we can find it easily. We know what it is. Yeah, I think a scroller function is going to be useful though, having said that. So in UI, script UI, I want to create a script called scroll2. I'm going to add it to my scroll view. Is it my scroll view? Yes. And this can be a real simple class. So this scroll view will basically have a reference to its scroll rect, which is a Unity Engine UI class. And we're going to do a public function of scroll2. So it's a public void scroll, and it's going to receive an input of a float value. And then we're going to say if scroll rect is null, then scroll rect equals get component scroll rect. And then I think it's I'm not sure what the syntax is. I'll ask Jibity. Jibity will know. Right, so it's vertical normalized position.
Light sparkles.
Vertical normalized position is what we want. Vertical normalized position equals value. There we go. Boom, we've got our scroll class. Now, we can be even sneakier if we want. Because our button class doesn't know about any of these subclasses. So that's why it's a good idea to have a system controller. But what we could do, and I think this is a really good idea, is how do we find which scroll class we want to send that to now? Well, this is where a system controller comes in. So we can get our system controller, which is in core, and we can teach it about these scroll classes. So we can do a public list of scroll twos. I'm going to call it scrollers. Why not? Alright, and then what we'll do is we can have functions on here that talk to that specific class. So for this one I'm going to call scroll, it's gear set, isn't it? Armor set. Armor set. And we need to pass that float value to it. So scroll armor set can say, okay, we need a scroll to class, get scroll, which is going to equal our scrollers at position 0. And then we're going to say get scroll, scroll to, or scroll, and then pass in the value. Now we've got a public function on the system controller, no less, which is super useful. So we don't have to go hunting for things, and I just need to make sure it's set on the system controller. There we go. Boop. And we can send our scroll view. There it is. And just to make that, I'll call it scroller. Scroll armor set, just so that we can clearly see what things are. Alright, nice. So then I can go back to my button class, and now everything's separate. It's not going to get tangled, right? Because as long as we have a reference to the system controller, which we'll do on awake.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? I'm on a whiskey diet. I've lost 3 days already.
There we go. Now we've got access to the system controller. So now I can simply say system scroll armor set to, and then we can give it the value. And we've got our values here. So in this case it's 1.00 F. There we go. And how clean is that? I love that. Attacker, breaker, defender, healer, buffer, debuffer. So all I have to do now is put the class names in and the values. So breaker is going to 0.82. And we can repeat this class now. This is a nice thing. I can use this class on my weapons. I can use it on characters, any of the wikis, any of the interfaces. If I need any functionality like this again, I can just use this. And we've got it. It's there. It's done. And that is pretty nifty. If I could spell defender right, it would be. Right. Okay. Defender. Healer, buffer, and debuffer, and we go from 1 to 0.82 to 0.64 to 0.46. Shit, I didn't mean to press enter. There we go. to 0.28 to 0.10. Beautiful. Boop. So let's just make sure all that works. We do need to load our gear first. If I can remember where it was. Where? Why is that turned off? What the fuck? Where? One of my scripts is turning that off. What the fuck? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Oh. Is that some weird Unity UI thing? Okay, it came on when I loaded my armor sets, which is weird. I wonder if Unity... Ah, it sounds like Unity... Ah, that's weird, I never knew that. So, if you have a scroll area that doesn't require a scroll bar, I think Unity turns the scroll area off by default. Which is weird, I never knew that. That's what it looks like. Interesting. Alright, so now we should be able to go attacker, and it takes me to attacker. Defender, takes me to defender. Breaker, takes me to breaker. Healer, takes me to breaker. Healer. Just making sure they're all right. Buffer, yeah, it's a little bit low, but it's fine. Debuffer, again, a little bit low, but it's fine. Cool, they're all working perfectly. What I will do, though, is on first load, because at the moment on first load, and yeah, Unity does this for some weird reason. It will always start you in the middle of the list, and I have no idea why. So we have to send it. But now we can use that class, right? We could just say, after loading, when you finished loading all your gear, just send it to fucking attacker, and it'll send us here at the top. That is very, 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 very cool. And we've got these highlightable buttons now that just work for anywhere we want to put them. I am really happy with that. Because, like, yeah, I probably could have done this an hour quicker and just done it for this particularly, but then I'd have to do it all over again, which is going to cost me another hour when it comes to weapons, and then I'll have to do it all over again, which is another hour when it comes to characters. And who knows, maybe I'll have like a list of dungeons, whatever I want. I imagine it's going to be, you know, upwards of 8, 10, 12 times I'd have to do it. And then if I want to change anything, this is the other nice thing about object orientation, right? If I want to change the way any of these work, I can just change one thing and the whole thing changes with it. It's like CSS style sheets. I don't know if you've ever done web stuff, but that's basically what CSS style sheets are. It's kind of like taking web development into the object orientation type thing. Not really, but it means you can change, you know, you set up a style name. It kind of is, yeah, like it's a bit like classes, really. You set up a style name and then you can say, okay, this is my button style or my, you know, icon style or whatever. And if you want to suddenly change its appearance, you don't have to go into 60,000 web pages and change every single one individually. It gets its information through the style sheet and styles it accordingly. Similar thing with this, really, but you can put code in it, which is pretty cool. I'm loving this. This looks so fucking good. This looks so good. Like, I was cursing my life out doing this for 3 days. I did 100 images a day for 3 days. And it was a bit rough. Because at a certain point I just did it manually because they were starting to look a bit too similar to each other. So you can probably see where I did that. So I did that here. You can probably tell. And I'm so glad I did. Because like it was starting to, like, these were fine, but it was starting to look a bit similar. And I'm like, plus we're on healer now. And I'm like, well, I don't think a healer should look as aggressive and tanky, and so I'm thinking, okay, what should a healer look like? I don't know why it took me so long to figure it out, but then eventually I thought, wait, of course it's a nurse. I just look for nurses' outfits, and then I had the bright idea of like, okay, what if I just like change the color based on the stat that's being affected? So I've tried to be somewhat consistent with that. So like effect resistance is green, and if you go down to the maids, effect resistance will be green. And so I've tried to like match the color with the stat that it changes, so that there can be a bit of consistency. And then for some reason I decided to really push the envelope, and I went for black tartan for crit sets. No idea why. And that was a bitch. Getting fucking Stable Diffusion to do good black tartan things was a bitch. But I think it looked good in the end. Yeah, it kind of fucked that one up though. And then I decided for a speed set I was going to do rainbow. But there was one rainbow set it did that was fucking awesome. Which one was that? Oh yeah, it's like this one here. I thought this image here was fucking amazing. Like I loved what it did with this. You can't see it very well here, but if I make it the original image size, it's like it made it white but sort of see-through, but not too see-through, and then just put like a rainbow over her tits, and I just thought it looked so good, but I could not get it to do it again. I tried and tried and tried because I needed to get a different view of this, but yeah, I was like, whatever, I'll just get that one. That one looks okay. But yeah, I was never able to get it to do this more than once, but this one I thought was, wow, that's such a good outfit design. It looks so good, and I couldn't get it to do it again. But I was still kind of impressed how it like did sort of make rainbows in the clothes, but it was very like inconsistent the way it would do it, so I had to go through tons of images to get the ones that I liked. And I wished it would do another one like this, because this one was absolute magic. I was like, oh wow, that looks so good. And even the pom-poms are sort of like shiny, and I just think that's a great image. It's so good. And my room was like 1,000,000 degrees because my fucking GPU was like running at fucking 100% for like most of the day. It's just so much. But some of these look so good, especially when I took over manually. I think you can sort of tell. Oh yeah, the Rainbow Nurse one looked good. This one looks really good. And I decided to do fluffy bunny slippers for the feet. It's just, this was actually fun. It was kind of hard as well, and it was so weird, like, because it would obviously devolve into porn every now and again. It's like as soon as I typed like legs, it seemed to, as soon as I typed the word legs, I got a lot of fucking porn. And there was something else that surprised me. I can't remember what it was. There was a word that sent it into like porn mode, and I was like, why that word? It's so weird. I can't remember what word it was now though. I can't remember what it was. It's like an unexpected word. I was like, why does that make porn? That's so weird. Oh god, I've still got the weapons to do though, so it's not over yet, but there's going to be a lot less weapons than armor, so the hard part is over. But yeah, I think this turned out really, really good. I'm so impressed with how this looks. But yeah, I noticed that Jibbity was a bit lazy with some of the names, so eventually as you scroll down you'll see some duplicate names. Yeah, there's 2 Toxic Shield Breaker armors, so I'll need to come up with a new name for one of these. And then further down I think there's like 3 in a row that are the same. And then also like when it named these pieces, we didn't have images. So this headpiece might be called a helmet or something like that. So I'm going to have to go into all the pieces and sort of make them sound like the things they're supposed to be. So if this says boots of whatever, boots of fast anger or whatever, I'll have to change it to bunny slippers of fast anger. So I'm going to need to go through like each piece and try and describe so that it matches the image. But I think it's going to be fun as fuck by the time it's all done. Yeah, I might do that now actually, because that's pretty much the only thing I need to do now for the gear system. I mean, obviously, aside from like linking the domains which don't exist yet, there's not really much else I can do with it. But yeah, I also I wonder if I should build this out, because I also want to check to make sure it runs in WebGL. So I think, yeah, that would be a really good idea. Well, so the problem I have right now is if I try to load this system on start, it tries to get the gear sets before they exist. So we get a lot of errors and a lot of issues. And I know why. It's because Core hasn't had time to find all the armor sets yet. The easiest way to fix that is just to go into project settings, go to script execution order, and just make sure that system controller is the first to run, and gear sets, which I think is set UI or something. There you go, sets UI. Just make sure that runs second to that, and that should fix that. There are other ways you can fix that. That's probably the quickest, easiest. Yeah, that didn't fix it either. So it's not getting time. Okay, so a better way for me to fix it would be to, because in the real game it's not going to matter, because nobody's, for the first few seconds of the game there's going to be a logo that comes up, and then it's going to be logging in and doing all this other stuff in the background. So by the even if the player wanted to click the gear Wikipedia, the first chance they got, it would be like fucking seconds and seconds and seconds after everything's already set up. So it would never be a problem in the actual game itself. But because I want to specifically build it, I could add a button, I guess. I could even wire it up so that this sign out button just opens it. It's idle button, isn't it, you fool? Right, function name. I'll just call it test armor, and then back in my button class, I'm going to link the wiki. What the fuck are you typing? Oh my god, why is it? Oh, because we're in. Oh, I know why. Needs to be there. Function name is test armor. Then wiki set active to true. Alright, let's test that. And that's actually pretty quick now. Now look how easy it is for me to just code a button and make it do something. Oh, I haven't linked my wiki though. I need to link my wiki. There we go. There we go. So that's actually cool, because I wanted to build this out and make sure it all works in web. Because these images are all getting pulled from my server. So this is not built the way a typical Unity game would be built. None of these images are images are actually assets, and I'm about to delete my test ones. Where's my test ones? I'm in scripts, that's why. They're test. Yeah, I can delete those now. So none of those images are actually in the project, which keeps my build size small. And instead I stream them from my server. It means I can manage memory better. And if I want to change anything, I just change it in one place. And I don't even have to rebuild the game, which is nice. Because I noticed in emulator recently, I was like, okay, like I was playing Madoka and I was like, I can see that they're definitely loading images from URLs here. Like, why are they doing that? Why would they choose to do that? And I thought, well, actually, for my game, that would probably make more sense because we've got hundreds of icons. You don't need them all the time anywhere. So it would be better to probably just stream them in. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's... Maybe there's some like weird Android thing. I suppose like when you're making phone games, you don't know how much memory the device has, right? So you probably try and keep memory costs as low as possible. So maybe that's why they do it. Alright, so I guess moment of truth, because the ideal thing to do, this is the weird thing, right? The weird thing is, my best source for information... Also, where did that cat come from and why is it there? Oh yeah, that's my poster, my cat poster. My best access to information for the game is inside the game now. But because of the way Unity works, if I run the game to read the information, to then fill these boxes out, as soon as I press stop, I lose all the information. Now, to be fair, you could just copy the game objects and then paste them back in again after runtime, which is what I've been doing with some of my generation scripts. But I want to test this anywhere. So I think I'm just going to build it for the first time. Just make sure everything's working properly online. Because if there's going to be a problem with streaming images like that or whatever, probably better to know about it sooner rather than later. Are we sure we're doing a web build here? Guess I'll know soon enough. I also remember web builds take a very long fucking time. Oh, the other one did. Like, a Snowball's Chance took quite a long time to fucking do a web build. But I'm thinking if I keep this super small and I stream everything in, maybe the build won't take that long. Because it shouldn't really. Because a lot of the build process is compressing assets. But if you're just streaming assets in during runtime, then you skip that whole process. Yeah, it's done already. Is that the right scene? I guess not. It's also not a web build. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, let's take a look at our build settings. Yeah, it's on Windows for some stupid reason. Switch platform. Open scene list. Add open scenes. Delete that one. Player settings. Okay, PlayCompile. iDLE. Publishing settings. We're using Brotli compression. Should be fine. Everything's pretty much defaults. There's like a thing in here that's like resolution and presentation. Yeah. Yeah, we want it. We want this one, 1920 by 1080. Running background, there it is. Yes, running background. Is that a good idea? I don't know. I think it's a good idea. If you leave the game open in a tab, tough shit, it's gonna run anywhere. Don't leave the game open in a tab. I don't know, I just think it'd be better to let it run in the background, I think. It's kind of weird on a web page though, because it's like, well, if you're not the web page in focus, there's probably really no reason why it should run in the background. I don't even know, is that, I'm surprised it's allowed on a web build actually. Alright, we'll tick it. Running background. Splash image. We haven't got one. Good. Linear color space. Everything's probably at about its defaults. Publishing settings. Broadly high performance. Low power. Default. I think high performance is fine. Initial memory size. Whether that be as high as it can go, I think you capped it at like 5, is it 512? Whatever, 256, yeah, it's 512, isn't it? Whatever 2 is, 56 times 2 is 512. Alright, let's go. Publish to play, not yet. Build and run. Alright, build and run. Fuck. Put it in there then. Alright. I think this should build pretty quickly compared to Snowball's chance. Because Snowball's chance really was pushing the limits of WebGL builds. But this game's going beyond those limits, but it's not gonna include it in the build. It's gonna push those. It's gonna exceed those limits by streaming data in on demand, so that I don't have those limits. Also, if I think about it, Snowball's chance was on the old PC as well, so this one should be even it's more powerful. So it should be able to build quicker anyway. Yeah, it's got like a fucking 20 threads or something. I don't know whether builds take multiple threads. Looking at the temperature right now, it probably does. Yeah, so basically my thinking is I'm going to build it out, run it in a browser, which will load my gear armor Wikipedia thing that I've just built. which will then let me like check to see what everything's listed as, and then have that open in a web page, have a Unity and work with it with Unity. So I'm essentially working with a build of the game I'm building and getting my information from the game itself, because it kind of makes sense. I mean, if you were someone like Hoyo, you would probably go a step further. So at this point, you could export the data to some form of database. So in their case, I know they use AWS. They've probably got an AWS database that has all the fucking artifacts and all of this shit in it. And then they don't even need the game objects anymore. And you just pull those in at runtime. And then you build a tool that lets you change that data. Because the programmers won't be doing that shit, right? The programs will have built systems that have tools that do all of this. But I'm actually pretty close already. That there would be one more step if I was Hoyo, which would be to, like I said, export it into some kind of database and then make a tool, because you give those tools to the staff who aren't programmers, and then it's their job to spend hours and hours fucking, you know, writing weapon descriptions and artifact descriptions, and they just have access to all the game's data-driven elements, and they don't need to be programmers, because you just make a little system for them. It could be a web system, it could be anything, it could be a Unity build, it could be whatever you want. I'm not going to do that because I don't need to do that, right? It's like I can just keep it in Unity and it's fine. If I want to change something, I can change something. Yeah, but if I had a team, if I had like a team of slaves, if I had a team of peekers who were going to sit and write dialogue for my game or whatever, then yeah, I'd want to build tools that Pika could use to store that data, and Pika doesn't need to know how any of it works.
Pika says, "Hi, Cappy."
Oh my god, he's like, are you what's that fictional horror character where you stand in the mirror? Candy Man? Was it Candy Man? Was it Candy Man? It was something like that. I think it was Candy Man, wasn't it? Candy Man, you say his name 3 times in the mirror. Yeah, I think it was Candyman. He said his name 3 times in the mirror and he shows up. That's you. Should we see what's on YouTube? What's on YouTube's? Because we're waiting for this build anyway.
Is it getting hot in here, or is it just me?
Oh, it's getting hot. We're doing web builds. We're doing web builds. Yep, we're above 90 right now. A 100? Holy fuck. There are 4 species of aliens. Which one are you, Pika? Broken Law, what is this? Nyana's always plays the weirdest games.
Let's go again.
What the fuck is this?
20 minutes.
I came to stream even though I had a rough night's sleep last night, and I'll stay until around my normal time unless I start feeling tired or sleepy or off.
Oh yeah, well, don't step on my account. just so you know, I know nobody asked, but just so you know, I think I'm ready to officially announce that Nyana's. I think Nyana's is my favorite VTuber. To be honest, I don't even really watch VTubers, but I saw Nyana's. I met Nyana's through. Oh my god, it's so romantic. I met Nyana's through Infinity Nikki, because she did a sponsored stream for Infinity Nikki before Infinity Nikki came out, and I watched quite a lot of people play Infinity Nikki because I don't know, it's kind of nice to watch. And she was fucking hilarious. She was so funny, and so I enjoyed her stream so much of Infinity Nikki that I checked out some more of her content, and she's really, really funny. I think she's the best VTuber. But like I said, I don't really watch VTubers. Like, I've watched a bit of Idle Mouse, but I find it kind of annoying. I know her situation and everything, and yeah, God bless and everything, but I don't know, she's kind of annoying. But Nyana's is fucking hilarious. She's really funny.
This looks like my daily life.
What else is funny about Nyana's as well? Because I learned that she used to be in VShoujo, right? And she left, or I don't know if they kicked her out or what, but like, she's no longer in VShoujo. But if she had have been, because my game, my Snowball's Chance, had all the VShoujo VTubers in, so I thought it was kind of ironic that I found Nyana's right after I'd made a Snowball's Chance, and she used to be in VShoujo. So if she'd have still, there was a high chance that she would have been in my game, like, if she hadn't have left right beforehand. I don't know if it was right before, but it was, you know, after I'd made my game, so she wasn't in those character models. So it's kind of, I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know, it's just kind of weird.
It looks like the same guitar that I have in my room right now.
Okay, I wonder if I should play this.
I think that is the same guitar. Whoa, is this my treasure trove of otaku paradise? All my favorite mangas and animes and games. I never want to leave this room ever. I hate the outside world and all the normies in it. Wait, this is my guitar. That's my guitar. That's an Epiphone.
Alexandria says, Skull.
I paused my game for this crap.
I feel like the Japanese horror games are always the creepiest.
Fine.
They're always like super atmospheric, and I can't play them because they actually terrify me.
Hi Cindy, how are you? I hope I'm not bothering you.
I bet I wouldn't be able to play this. I bet it was too scary.
Why do you want to talk about it with me? It's been ages. Oh, he uses the ellipses, the dot.
Pika says, I used to watch multiple Twitch streamers in the past, but only the ones who were respectful and treated me as a human being, not a robot who deserves to be tied out over no reason at all. So that's why I don't watch other Twitch streamers these days unless it's for the Twitch.
Oh, Miku, I like your kitty ears, Miku. It's nice.
Alexandria says, Holy Wall of Text.
Pretty fucking brave.
See, this is what messages are supposed to look like, Pika.
He seemed terrified of something. Can we talk over the phone? It really scared me. I'm busy today. Sorry. Busy gaming. Fucking bitches and hoes trying to get in between.
The weirdest Nyana's video I saw has to be. It's just so insane, right? So she did like 3 videos of Inzoi, and she didn't even leave the fucking customization screen. She just fucked around with this face motion thing, making these retarded looking fucking things, and just like making stupid things with them. And I was like, oh my god, it was hilarious. She's really entertaining, but I'm like, this isn't even the game. Like, what are you doing? But I think that's what's so good about it. She's just so like fucking. I don't know if she comes out with her stuff. I wish I was more entertaining like this.
I don't have time to follow up on that.
She's really good at like, I don't know, just making weird shit up. That's actually, a lot of it's quite funny.
He has shit taste in animes anyway. He said Girls Bravo is a fucking masterpiece. Are you kidding me? Sighs heavily. Whatever.
Right, is it built yet? No.
Are you still there?
Okay, it's still taking over 12 minutes to build.
Oh, no,
Mind you, the first build always takes longer, I remember that.
Guess I'll heat up another cup ramen and play my game.
What the hell?
Oh my god, this actually is very similar to the place I stayed in when I was in Japan. It wasn't quite as messy as that. Mind you, in the halls it was a bit.
Fuck yeah!
ちゃんと確認してくれよな、マジで。
申し訳ございません。ここに置かせていただきます。すみません。また
Is that supposed to be a dude or a woman?
Dude, as if this night
That's a
couldn't get
one.
any better. I get to play all my favorite games and eat Pizza Express. And a girl touched the
マ
box.
ジうぜえわ。
Fuck.
Pika says, I watched plenty of YouTubers who spend hours in customization characters, and the good thing about YouTube is I can easily skip that part of the video and just watch the gameplay part of the video instead.
Oh, if I touched...
Okay, I think you're thinking of something completely different. I'm going to show you. I bet you've never seen anybody do this though. I think you need to see it to know what the fuck I'm talking about. Actual insanity. Where is it? There's more reason than that. This. Good God.
Where's the setting for, like,
Let's
when
find.
you click off the window, it makes the music stop and makes it really
Right, I'm
quiet?
talking about this.
Basket, what are you doing? You're so cheeky.
Hang on, what does she
Other
got?
mine is going to dance like
She hasn't
that.
got the face cam on. Oh, here we go,
What?
the face thing.
Get me that cream over there. It's for my sciatica.
Whoa. It's crazy how much, like, the face moves and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow.
It goes on like this for like fucking hours. It's so stupid.
Ow. Bro, this is fucked up. I feel like, you know when they do those experiments with, like, the monkeys in the mirror? When the scientists put, like, a mirror in a room with a bunch of monkeys or gorillas and they just, like, just keep looking at themselves in front of it. It's like the Dan Hansel video. I hate my students! I fucking hate them! Ah! That is genuinely fucking terrifying. Oh my god. Hey.
This is actually
Okay,
ridiculous.
hold on, let me hide the screen again real quick. Can you turn on the motion capture system? I don't have motion capture system. Fuck. Does this live link thing do body tracking or no? Like, can it use the same thing? Wait, it does? It can? Wait. In here, it smells like ranch dressing. My stomach is getting kind of gurgly. I really gotta have more probiotics in my diet. I need more good bacteria in my belly. My belly needs some good bugs in it. You guys know where I can find some good bugs?
This is actually
They spend so
terrifying.
long in the customization screen to make sure their character is like perfection, and it can be insane to the point where they could have been playing the gameplay for hours the time they're done with that part.
Perfection.
Remember that song? I'm getting sicker by the minute. Even though I'm moving gently and I'm being chill about it, I'm not trying to scare anybody. Ah, Jesus.
Oh my god.
What if I dance? Hey, party people.
Anyway, I want to see this.
Box, it's like indirectly holding hands with her. Oh.
Is it too scary?
Alright, what are we gonna watch while we eat pizza? Oh! That looks too good. I want pizza so bad.
That does actually look
No,
good.
bro, share some for the rest of us. Come on. Ew, Liz eating
Ah,
lettuce
what
are
the fuck?
gross. Why does that pizza sound so wet? Doesn't even have like a crunch to it. Who's playing a trombone in the background? Oh, that's my phone. Who is this? Hello?
どうしたんだよ。
Oh no, it's not streaming the main.
They're not
バカみたいって
stupid!
なんだよ。
Son of a fucking bitch!
It's not actually streaming the images in. Oh, you fucking twat. Why? Well, this is a problem. Is there some weird like restriction on web builds that doesn't let you stream data in? This is going to ruin the whole thing if there is. Okay, there should be some like console or something I can check. Browser console. Okay, what is this? Failed to fetch favicon. This I can't read this. Thumbnail is child. AMP error, Java error, request error, NS error, unknown host. Add an image in PDF. What the fuck is this? Right, hang on, because some of that might have been from earlier. Can I not clear the console? Also, it could also be though because it's running on localhost. Maybe if I upload it to the server, it'll work. Or I could test that. Okay. I guess the first thing I need to do is figure out if it works on the server. I don't like this. Right, let's upload that to the server and see if it works on the server.
It's like it didn't upload the pictures right, and it looks like you're still waiting for images to load too.
It's not loading them at all. And it doesn't upload anything. It downloads the images. It's supposed to. iDLE. So we'll put it in a folder called game. Okay, so now if we go to PlayCompile.uk, iDLE game. Okay, Brotley's causing that error. I can build it without Brotley. Sometimes Brotley causes this stupid fucking error. I wonder if Brotley shouldn't have anything to do with the code though. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna load. Alright, so we need to go to play settings. Well, I could try the other type. For some reason Brotley's, I'm just going to disable compression altogether. Alright, build and run. Web. Alright, we're back to square one, I guess. Hopefully it'll build quicker the second time now, I think. Well, why is it saying compressing data when I turn compression off? I told you to turn compression off.
I don't want a future.
Oh, I have to read subtitles in this game.
I need more money so I can buy more cosmetics in my MMO game. Kuso baba. Fucking bitch whore. I don't need a future. I don't need to live a normal life. I just want to exist inside my favorite games. Eat my pizza. Dude, let's find a cool YouTube video to watch
も
while
う
we eat
食欲なんて
pizza.
ね
What? No, you're just gonna leave it.
顔を洗って寝る今日はもう十分だ
That's the worst thing you've done. No wonder you're depressed. Come on. You're just gonna leave that pizza there to rot?
Where did it build?
Damn it.
Wait. Did it do it?
That is so much toilet paper.
Why didn't it
Does he have
open?
it stockpiled so he doesn't have to go out and buy more?
Why did it open then? Did it build?
I think at a certain point, that's kind of unrealistic. I think it'd be more realistic if he was out of toilet paper and was just using like a used rag that's just like on the floor.
Why
Like,
didn't
really,
it
really ratty,
open?
like dirty, like covered in like all kinds of shit. Ew, that's me. Don't stare in the mirror too long, bro. You're gonna get that dissociative feeling. Is that really me? Is that really me inside my body?
なんだって
I'm
言うん
really
だ
in
よ
this bitch.
Let's try now.
God, this guy is always so grumpy. What a pain in the ass. Fucking
Oh my god, what do you mean?
stupid bitch ass.
夜分にすみま
Whoa!
せん NHK のテレビ受信料の集金に来ました
Television license fee? Did
Think
you really
break web
pay a
bills or
fee to watch TV?
お客様がいるのは知っています音も聞こえますよ
Okay.
支払ってもらわなきゃ
Over
困
my
るん
dead
です
body! Fuck
NHK
you!
なんて見てないしテレビなんて今時見ねえよ
Yeah, I watch all my stuff on the internet.
Oh, it's working
嘘
now.
はやめましょう
There is a fee
よ
that's fucked
今すぐ
up.
払わない
Okay, it
と
was Brotley that was
法
fucking
的
it
措
up.
置が取られる
It's
可
a lot
能性だ
slower
ってあり
though
ま
than
す
it
よ
is in the
TV?
build.
言っただろ
License?
持ってな
But
い
it's
ん
getting
だ
all
っ
the
て
You have to
images
pay
now.
that on top of cable?
Yay! So it'll work, but it's
I mean, like,
a lot slower when you run it in the web for some reason. Huh. It should be okay though. I could just pre-cache all the images as well on load, but it would take the game longer. I think that's probably okay. I think.
you need a license only if you have a TV?
Yeah, and now I can refer to this.
Internet? What?
That's pretty cool, actually. I can refer to this now as I. Not sure what the error was though,
I'm so tired of these.
as I'm
stupid
updating
asshole
my
bitches.
database.
Check them on
Because there's
TV.
one.
What? Why?
Okay, let me
Oh,
turn
what
it off.
happened?
Right, toxic shield breaker armor. Right, which one do you think suits toxic shield breaker armor better? The top one?
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about
Migo! You always interrupt me at the worst
The
time!
other day, there was only one dog in it. It was a Shih Tzu.
You're a shit. And belong in a zoo. Right. I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe the bottom one suits Toxic Shield Breaker name better. Because of the green
They're
gem.
loading more faster than other scenarios I saw where they could about 5 minutes just load one image up.
More faster. Yep, we aim for more faster. I mean, the thing is, there's lots of ways to do it, right? I could show a loading bar while I pull all those images in and then make you sit through a loading bar. I could just show the page. I didn't think it was too bad though. Let's see it again. I need to find out what this is as well. Content type misconfigured. I didn't get time to read that. Yeah, that's it's cached it this time. That's even better. Okay, so it actually cached it. So the second time we went in, look how quick it fucking came. Yeah, that's fine then. If the first time you come here, it just takes a couple of seconds, but you can still use it. I just do that rather than show you a loading bar, I think. Yeah, anyway, back to my question. Which one do you think toxic... Oh, wait, there's quite a few toxic shield breakers. Right, Pika, I want you to memorize all these names. Right, Toxicity Terminator, Silence Shield, Toxic Shield Wear, Trollbane. I want you to tell me when there's a duplicate. Silencer's Shield. Wait, do we have a Silencer's Shield? Oh, the Silence. Oh, Silence Shield's a bit too close to Silencer's Shield. Don't you think? We can have a Silence Shield. And a Silencer's Shield. Okay, so my first question is, which sounds better, Silence Shield or Silencer's Shield? I think Silencer's Shield sounds better. And so if that one's Silencer's Shield, which I think it will be, then what do we want to rename this one to? Alright, let's think. So Silence Shield wants to be renamed. Silence Shield is the second set. Yeah, okay. So I wish
Silencer.
Yeah, Silencer's Shield sounds better, I agree. Okay, so what should we call this one? It's kind of purple. Well, let's see. What does it do? It's attacker armor that prioritizes defense, and you increase defense by 5, 12, and 25%. It's kind of purple and shiny. Silence of the Shields. No. What about Silver Tongue? Silver Tongue doesn't really make sense for a defensive set, though, does it? Or does it? So if you have any ideas, now's the time to speak up. Yeah, I also don't think that we need the word armor. Like, this is all armor anywhere. So I'm just gonna shorten it to Toxicity Terminator. And then this one needs a new name. I'm thinking steadfast, something like steadfast something. I'm liking steadfast. Right, now the game is about battling online toxicity.
They seem like armor sets.
Oh my god. Yes. Welcome to the stream, Pika. These are all armor sets. Yes, I need a name for the armor set. So we are no longer using Silence Shield armor. It's defensive. It increases defense. I'm liking steadfast. The game is about battling online toxicity. Steadfast. Alright, words related to online discourse and internet culture. Netizen? Steadfast netizen. That's actually not bad. Steadfast netizen. Steadfast cyberspace. The steadfast cyberspace set. Steadfast netizen. I like steadfast. Yeah, that'll do. Netizen. Steadfast netizen. Clad in the. And now that's steadfast netizen. You deflect negativity and silence trolls with an impenetrable barrier of calm. Alright, that sounds good to me. Alright, so
Your stream title is currently PlayCompile E.T.E Chronicle. Let's go.
I'll eat you in a minute. I'll never do that. Right. I'm gonna go get food soon anyway. No, I'll just put armor sets in Unity. Right, silencer's shield. We don't need toxicity deflector armor. Let me just say toxicity deflector. Silencer's steel. Trollbane armor.
Miku had that as the stream title since I came back to the stream.
You'll live. Trollbane armor. Silencer's critique armor. And I might leave the word armor in Trollbane because I don't know whether Trollbane on its own would be. Yeah, Trollbane's fine. I don't think we need the word armor because, like, it's all armor anyway. Silencer's critique. Toxicity takedown. Toxicity crusher. Right, toxic shield breaker. Have we had that before? Toxic shield breaker. Got toxic shield where? Yeah, no, we don't have toxic shield breaker, but it's twice here. Right, so this is where we're gonna have it once. So I think the second one looks more like a toxic shield breaker. Probably because of the green gem, it just kind of looks more like it has something to do with toxic stuff. So now we need a new name for the orange one.
Pika asks, what are you looking forward to the most in BPSR that they currently announced so far, Cappy?
Being left to come up with my armor names. Orange, yellow. Okay, we've got Netizen, Digital Citizen, Cyberspace, Netiquette, Internet Slang, Meme, Blog, Meme. Let me just put that down there. It's a defense set again. I don't know, I'm trying to think of something like, I don't know, like meme mangler or something, I don't know. Oh, what if I did a play on words like block, but I do blog instead of block? Like, I don't know, what's a common term using the word block? Chip off the block. It's like chip off the blog. I don't think it works. Not very funny. Chip off the blog. What other sayings are there with the word block? Well, let's ask GPT. Sayings containing world. Right. Can you list sayings with the word block, such as chip off the block. A chip off the old block. I already gave you that one. Block out. Blog out. Blockhead. Bloghead. I suppose bloghead. Actually, bloghead doesn't sound too bad. Bloghead. Writer's block. Writer's blog. Around the blog. New kid on the blog. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that one's quite... New kid on the... Oh, okay, I quite like that one. New kid on the blog. Yeah, okay, I like that one. Okay, I like that. Don this gleaming armor to deflect negativity. It doesn't say its name, so that's good. Okay, new kid on the blog. Okay, I like that. I like that. New kid on the blog. Toxicity shieldbreaker. Toxicity tamer. Tamer. We want the word armor out of there. Trollbane armor. We already have Trollbane. Right? Yeah, we've already got Trollbane. So this is Trollbane again. So that's not going to be Trollbane. So this one's very ice-like. It looks very ice-like. So maybe like Ice Takes or something.
Pika asks, what's favorite armor set in your game, Cappy, so far?
I don't know. I really need to think of these right now. I need to go through systematically and do this. So I can't... If you divert my brain elsewhere, this is going to take me all night. So let me just get this done. Like I say, if you want to suggest anything for this, you're more than welcome. But I need to just go through and get these in order now. Trollbane. So we've already got a Trollbane. We need something ice-like that's related to internet culture and memes. Blogbuster could work for another one, so I might put that to the side. I don't think this one makes sense as Blogbuster. Also, it's effect resistance, so maybe some kind of resistant, like, you know, that could factor into the name somehow, maybe. Spilling the tea. 50 of the most prominent internet slang terms. These are all just fucking acronyms though. Internet phrases, cap 1 or cap, caught in 4K, cringy. Yeah, it's hard to think of names. This is the thing. It's very hard. I think it's like, this is why it takes me 100% of my brain power to do this, because it's like, it's tapping into a different part of my brain as well. It's very hard to think of stuff. Because also, like, there's no right or wrong answer, right? But it's like trying to find something that you think fits. It's breaker armor. It's ice. I mean, icebreaker sort of sounds like the obvious one. Ice broken promise. I mean, they no longer relate to internet culture, but they don't all have to, you know, they don't all have to have an internet culture name in them. Ice broken, ice break, or maybe there's some kind of like internet culture type thing that has the word break in it, or broken. Broken connection. Ice broken connection. That kind of works. Ice broken connection.
Nothing can beat Hoyoverse with Genshin when if this bird goes how's it going bro and gets locked up in the Hydro Nation's HQ.
Cyber Shield of Clarity, Echo Chamber Breaker Armor. Toxic Takedown, haven't we had that like 50 times at this point? Toxic Takedown. I feel like we have. Toxicity Takedown. Toxicity Deflector. Toxic Shield Wear. Yeah, the question is, do I want a Toxicity Takedown and a Toxic Takedown? Probably not. Toxic Takedown. Right, it's break resistance on a breaker set. So I think like something like Solid Take would be good here. I think Solid Take would be better. Well, it's more of a defensive set, so that's not a bad suggestion for an attack one. But because it's increasing break resistance, should it be break resistance or break effect though? Yeah, I think I'm just going to go for Solid Take. Or Solid Takes. Because it's you're a breaker, so you're good at breaking shields, but because you've got break resistance, your shield is unbreakable, right? So Solid Takes like also describing how solid your shield is what I was thinking. Debate Disruptor Armor. Get the word armor out. Get the word armor out. Silencer Swift Breaker. Yeah, Trollbane we've had 56 times. So this one needs a new one. It's an attack focused defender set. So you're sturdy, but this is going to make you hit harder. So the word that comes to mind is resolve. Now there are terms, resolve can be used to describe like internet connections, funny enough, right? You can say that like resolving connection. Maybe like connection resolved. Or resolved connection. Yeah, I think connection resolved is a decent one. Connection resolved. Okay. Okay, that's
Resolving power.
Yeah, but power, like, what does power have to do with the theme of the game? Do you know what I mean? Toxic shielding suit. Shield of Digital Decency, Virtue's Aegis, Toxic Shield Breaker. Toxic Shield Breaker, have we had that one? Yeah, we've already got Toxic Shield Breaker 56 times, but we've changed one of these. Oh, is this one Toxic Shield Bearer? Yeah, this one's Toxic Shield Bearer, which is different. Effect resistance on a defender set. Toxic Shield Bearer. It is different from Shield Breaker. I'll let that one stand for now. Pixel Shielding. Troll Shielding Suit. Silencer's Shielding Set. Shield of Sarcastic Wit. Viral Shield Set of the Swift Defender. That's a cool... This is the kind of thing that I like. That's a really cool name, actually. I'm really liking that one. Viral Virtue Vestments. That's a really good one. Cyber Shield of Compassion. Cyber Shield of Compassion. Empathy Shield. Empathy Aegis. Empathy Embrace. Armor. But we don't want the word armor in there anymore. Serenity Circuit Armor. We already have Empathy Aegis. So we've got a healer set that needs renaming. That is Stun Resistance set for healers. Yeah, Stun Resistance set for healers is this one. I think something like Unfazed Empathy. Is Unfazed spelled like that? Yeah, it is.
Healing Spheres.
Well, unfazed, right? Because you can't... Like, what does unfazed means? It means nothing is phasing you. What does phasing you mean? It means nothing's, like, bothering you, interrupting your normal course of things. And what does stun do in mechanics? Stun, like, stops you from being able to continue your actions, right? So in a way, unfazed is very similar in definition to, like, the effect of being stunned, right? So that's why I'm thinking unfazed. I'm not sure about unfazed empathy, but I think unfazed makes a lot of sense. Like, either something like unfazed compassion or unfazed empathy. Unfazed empathy is okay. Unfazed support, that's kind of boring. So far my favourite out of those is like unfazed empathy, probably. What was your suggestion? Healing Spheres. I mean, she's a healer anyway, so this is to describe the set. Like, what does this set do for a healer is what we're basically trying to give it a name for. Unfazed. So far my favourite is Unfazed Empathy. I don't like that there's so much empathy in the healer set names, but like it kind of makes sense. I'm spelling that wrong, I think. Unfazed Empathy. Empathy Shielding Ensemble. Critically Compassionate Raiment. Healing Glimmer of Swift Discourse. That's a really good name. Critique Crusader. Right, Critiques Crusader, we're now on buffer sets. We want to get rid of the word armor from the speed set. Okay, Critique Crusaders. wants the word armor dropping from it. Echo chamber, shielding suit, empathy enforcer armor, empathy enforcer, which is kind of funny, right? Because it's like you have feelings for others, but you're gonna make them do it. We're gonna make you feel things. It's like it's kind of funny. Echo chamber armor. Yeah, Echo Chamber's pretty good. I also noticed we haven't had E.T.E anywhere. Like, E.T.E seems like a really obvious one to have as a name for one of these things. So we're on the effect resistance set for buffer, and we're dropping the word armor. Echo chamber. Well, it called this one Echo Chamber Armor and this one Echo Chamber Shielding. They're a bit too similar to each other. Because if I'm dropping the word armor, then it becomes Echo Chamber and Echo Chamber Shielding. See, a good thing would just be to play on the words a little bit, right? So like Echoes of the Chambers is a good way to vary it up a little bit, but I like I'm happy to do that, but not really next to each other. Do you know what I mean? It's like echo. If I have an echo chamber set, I don't want the next set to be echoes of the chamber, because it just feels like you're running out of ideas, which I am, but I don't want to make that obvious. So yeah, I don't want to use echoes of the chambers for this one, but let me just put some ideas at the side. So there's some ideas at the side that I want to remember. And one is Echoes of the Chambers. And I think E.T.E could be used in one of these set names somewhere. Maybe Influencer. Well, that could be this one. Like influences something. So what are we dealing with? It's an energy recharge. So maybe something like battery. I'm trying to think. Oh, influences energy set or something like that. Influences. What do they always say? Sponsorship. Yeah. Influence energy sponsor. Influences sponsored energy. I'm trying to think, something like that. Influencers sponsor. Influencers. Battery of the influencers. Not battery. Trying to think energy. You're recharging energy.
We all run out of ideas or just can't think of them at the moment, depending on the time of day that's currently.
Influences discharge. Oh, that sounds so bad. Influences discharge. But that's the opposite of what we're trying to say, right? It's supposed to help with energy charging, not discharging. Influences. It's something like that. Battery of the influencer. What are other words for like energy, battery, replenishing, charging?
Electric recharge chaos.
These are good. These aren't bad names, Pika, for just a general RPG. I'm just trying to prioritize a name that fits in with the online, theme of the game, you see. So that would be fine if it was just a normal RPG and we didn't have a theme, but I'm trying to go for more. So I'm wanting to stick the word. I'm probably going to use the word influencer. I'm just trying to think how I can fit it in with an energy recharge set. So like I just don't think it sounds good. The kind of thing I want is like battery of the influencer or something like that, but I just don't think that sounds very good. But that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Eagle battery. Eagle battery. Oh, that's good. Okay, I like that. Eagle battery pack or something like that. And just for fun, I'm going to put XL in there. So I think this one will be E.T.E batteries pack XL. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Alright, Civic Shield of Clarity, Virtue Vanguard. We've had Echo Chamber a million times. So Echo Chamber Armor. So this is a crit damage for a buffer. Crit damage for a buffer. I don't think Echoes of the Chambers really makes sense for this one. We never did get Influencer in there. Critical Influence. Okay, I might go with Influencers Apocalypse. Viral Velocity Vestments, Troll Tamers, Armor. Silencer's Sealed Shield Set. I feel like some of those are being used already. Silencer's Shield Set. Sounds like it's being used already. The Silencer's Shielding Set. Yeah, it's a bit too close to Silencer's Shielding Set. Yeah, so Silencer's Shield Set is too similar to one I've already got. Shit, where was I? I've got to be near the end, right? Because I'm on the debuffers. Yeah. Silencer's Shield Set. Yeah, I'm actually on it now. Alright, what other words can we have? This could be Echo of the Chambers, I guess.
If you're a player who loves exploring 2D worlds and consistent battles for 30 minutes and above, then Wu's new film event is up your alley.
Yeah, shame I'm not really. Echoes of the Chambers. The Chamber of Echoes. The Chamber of Echoes is better because it's like the Chamber of Secrets and it's like a Harry Potter reference, isn't it? The oh, even better, because it's a maid, right? The chamber made of echoes, and it's got like the echo chamber meme in it, and it's also a Harry Potter reference, and it also kind of calls out to the maid look of it, right? The chamber made of echoes. I'm not sure if it lands properly.
chambermaids.
Or just chambermaid of echoes. But without the though, the chambermaid of echoes. See, the Chamber of Echoes, I think it's more clear that that's a Harry Potter reference. But because it's a maid, like, it's too tempting not to make it Chambermaid of Echoes. Maybe I'll just call it Chambermaid of Echoes then. Now, we do kind of lose some of the Harry Potter reference by dropping the word the. But I think by the time you add maid to chamber anyway, you've already kind of lost that reference. I don't think anybody would associate the Chambermaid of Echoes with the Chamber of Secrets. Do you know what I mean? Because it's too different, I think. So we'll just go with Chambermaid of Echoes. Silence's Shroud. Have we not had that one before? I feel like we have. Oh, you know what I should have done? For one of the crit sets, I might go and change it. I could have Moistly Critical for a crit set. The only thing I don't like about that is it's kind of like glazing him a little bit. And I wouldn't say I was really a fan or anything. He's kind of like just there, you know. I don't have neither positive nor negative feelings about that particular content creator, but I do think Moistly Critical would be a funny name for a crit set that still has a bit of an internet reference to it, you know. Yeah, I do think that's somewhat clever. Chambermaid of Echoes. Well, what is the Silence's Shroud? Yeah, I feel like oh, we got 2 Silence's Shrouds together. That's what. Oh, we got like 56 Silence's Shroud. Okay, is one of these a crit set by any chance? No. But Toxic Takedown needs rewording anyway, because that one's, we've definitely had Toxic Takedown 56 times before. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the Moistly.
The worst part of WU's newest film event is you can't use your already built teams.
The Moistly Critical. Or maybe I should make it Mostly Critical. No, I think it loses its reference. Right, the Moistly Critical set for crit damage. Silence's Shroud. What did you say? The worst part of WU's newest film event is you can't use your already built teams. Yeah, I hate events that force you to use specific teams. So I won't like it. Okay, so we could keep one Silence's Shroud. I think this one suits it better visually because it's like a nun and she looks like, you know, I don't know, Silence's Shroud sounds somewhat religious to me. And she looks somewhat religious, so I think it just matches better. Whereas these are just like, you know, yellow maid, orange maid. So I think we rename these 2. One is a stun resistance and one is a break resistance. So stun resistance, we need a new name for the debuffer stun resistance set. Alright, what other words can we have? What else is just really big with internet culture? Like, I don't think we've had the word meme in any of these sets. The memeing of life. That should be a HP set though, shouldn't it? Or meme girls set instead of meme girls. Meme girls.
Meme or meaning?
Meme or meaning. I'm not sure. Okay, I think I like for one of them, and I think I'm going to pick this break resistance one. Like to dislike. And maybe we could have ratioed Mima. Or maybe like ratioed meme guard. Yeah, that's not bad actually. Ratioed meme guard. Oh shit, I need to make sure these descriptions match the names as well now. That one still says Silence's Shroud in the description. Sorry, I've got a hair there that's itching me. I'm not picking my nose, I'm trying to pluck a hair out. Still gross, I know, but it's let me turn my camera off. Sometimes they like irritate me. There we go. Right, sorry about that. Okay, now I need to go through and like to dislike. Yeah, I forgot to change that one. Yourself in that like to dislike. Set and become. Right, there we go. Right, so now I need to go through and make sure all the pieces. So we have head name, body name, arms name, legs name. So I need to make sure. Oh my god, I thought I got them all. Okay, there's one there. Sorry. Right, mute. So the name of this, because I just sent these all out to Jibbity with no context, so it came up with head name Silencer of the Snarky Sphere. I don't know why it said silencer for the head. It's actually a helmet. Oh my god, why is my nose driving me so crazy right now? It's actually a helmet for the head, or a visor maybe.
All of us get something itchy with our bodies, but the most embarrassing thing is do it while recording for millions or thousands.
Well, I'm never gonna let many viewers, am I? I don't know, because like Silencer of the Snarky Sphere could be the name of a helmet, I guess. Like, I feel like it's only where the name like clearly doesn't match the item, right? If it says Boots of Desperation and I'm looking at a pair of fluffy bunny slippers, then that's where I want to rename it to, you know, Slippers of Desperation or whatever, right? Just so it makes more sense. But like for the Silencer of the Snarky Sphere, I feel like that's a perfectly fine name for that. Okay, the body is like Shield of Decency. Cyborg Shield of Digital Decency. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not really a shield though, is it? It's a...
Mike Sparkle.
But what am I going to do? Call it a body armor of digital decency? I don't know. Would you call a body armor a shield? What is even the correct name for body armor? Is there a name? Plates, hard armor, soft armor, ceramic, tactical vest. It's not really a vest either. So like I could call it like vest. Vest of digital decency. That might make more sense than what I've got though. Vest of digital decency. Yeah, it kind of does look like it would class as a vest, to be honest. Yeah, let's call it a vest of digital decency. Okay, meme guard gauntlets for the arms. Yeah, that's fine. And then censorship calves of the Cyber Knight. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now we've got a helmet again. Meme muffle helm, that's fine. We've got logic luminous aegis. So what is an aegis? Is that an actual body armor? What the hell is it? I've definitely seen the word before, but it's more like a shield from the looks of it. So that's the problem. I don't think it actually is worn on the body. Am I going to call all mine vests? So mine would be the Logic's Luminous Vest. Or Bodyguard. Bodyguard's kind of funny. Logic's Luminous Lumberguard. Because the lumber's the back, right? The lumber's the spine. They call it Lumberguard. And it makes me think of lumberjacks. That's kind of funny. There's no such thing as a lumberguard, right? I just made that up, but I think it sounds good. I don't, such a thing as a there is a lumberguard. Silicon polymers prevents
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about
bile
I tell you a
infestation of all
joke?
types of structural
A termite walks
surfaces.
into a bar and asks,
So it's
"Is the
basically for
bartender here?"
wood. Yeah, it's basically for wood. That's so funny. I think it, because it makes me think of the lumber as like the back, right? If you see you've got lumber pane. So it's almost like saying it's a back guard. But it's actually a real thing, which is to protect wood. I think that makes it even funnier though. I'm going to actually call it the Logic's Luminous Lumberguard, because then it's also LLL, right? Which is funnier. Arms of Digital Diplomat. That's fine, I guess. Logic Leggings. Yeah, that works. That's fine. Alright, it's going to take a while to go through all these. So we've got a helmet again. This one says crown. Crown of Constructive Critique. I guess I could see someone calling a helmet a crown. Just to be like creative with it. Cyber Bulwark Vestment. I think that's fine. It's like a vest, isn't it? Echoes of Digital Defender. That's fine for gloves. Toxic Trench of Digital Defense. I mean, it says and wade through the muck of
With Toad
negativity.
Scratchy, you only get 3 SSRS for free, and you can't get all the SSRS that Scratchy has to offer unless you swipe $16.99 on the game.
Won't be happening. Right, so we've got Troll Tamer's Thought Shield for the head. That seems fine. Silence's Shield of Digital Discourse. I mean, what's funny about that is it actually does look like a shield that's had arms clipped onto it. if you look at that. I think I'm going to let that one fly for once. And then gauntlets are obviously gloves, right? So troll bouncer gauntlets is fine. Trousers of tranquility. This is where we have a bit of a disconnect. It's supposed to be trousers of tranquility. It's a shame because I wonder if I should change the image. Because I did boots. Now I could change that image very easily. Because I do like trousers of tranquility as a name. I think that's quite clever. Okay, maybe I replace this one with trousers. So we just want some purple sturdy trousers. Well, that's because you took 6 months to fucking open, that's why. Right, now I need to get my prompt. So it's something like black background, anime girl,
If we knew the road
purple
TOF was going to go down,
trousers.
then we all would have made different decisions back then.
Armor, trousers. Black background, anime girl, purple armor, trousers. I have simple in there usually. Simple. Alright, let's try that. We knew the road tough was going down. We would have all made different decisions, would we? I don't think so. I don't regret. I honestly don't really regret any time in any of my games that I've played. The closest I've come to regretting... I regret spending in Echocalypse. Because that game really kind of scammed me. I feel like I got suckered in and scammed by that game. And I didn't play it for very long. But even then, it's like, well, I didn't spend that much. Not like I spent fucking hundreds or anything. And I got a couple of months worth of entertainment out of it. But it was ultimately a fucking cash grab. Right, why does this look like shit? What am I doing wrong? This is the one that we're replacing.
Yeah, a cash grab just like TOF is.
Well, they're all... I don't think that's true. See, it depends what you class as a cash grab. I think a cash grab is a game, and typically most people would agree with this definition. It's a game that was never meant to last the long haul. A cash grab is a game that, in terms of a game that's either like, if it's a single player game, it's rushed. So it's like, you know, it's just some freaking... Like, I don't know, there's an IP, you know, everyone's going to buy it because it's whatever, right? Let's say I was to make a I don't know what's really popular. Let's say I was to make a fucking, I don't know what's really popular right now. You know, I'd use some franchise name to just milk the players and sell lots of copies, and the game's actually shit. So like E.T., the E.T. game that was an Atari game, right? That was probably the first ever cash grab game. They rushed it out the door. They weren't given enough time to make it. It was like, ooh, let's just make some money real quick. Like, they have no interest in making a real game or a good game. They want a cash grab. That's why it's called a cash grab. In terms of a gacha game can be a cash grab if it's never really meant to. You know, they don't really want to run the game for years and years and years. They don't really want to make a good game for players. Similar to the E.T. thing, but they still have to kind of do the gacha hook at the beginning. So the hook will be strong. And this is the worrying thing about Madoka. I don't know, I kind of get that vibe a bit from Madoka. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But like a game that looks like it's just there to make as much money as possible in a couple of months, and then it's just going to end of service, and that was the plan all along. You can't say that about Terra Fantasy, because Terra Fantasy is like being run for 3 years now, and they're cooking. They're making new areas. They're trying new things. It might not be financially successful, and they might not be, you know, the most monetarily fair and all the rest of it. You could complain about their monetization, but I don't think you can call it a cash grab. At least not according to my definition. Because if it was a cash grab, it would have end of serviced by month 2 or 3. And tried to milk as much money out of the players in those couple of short months that it was always planning to just run for. So you could even say Tribe 9 was a cash grab, but I think Tribe 9 was just a failure, to be honest. I think they wanted to, you know, I don't know, I think from the publisher's perspective, I don't think it was a cash grab. I think it was their attempts at making a really, you know, they were hoping to make a lot of money with that game, and when they saw that it was never going to make the
like
kind of
Tribe
money they
9,
wanted.
where you spend money on over its EOS.
Even that, yeah, but even that's not enough to call it a cash grab, because some games just fail, right? They just fail to capture the market. They just fail to, you know, win over their audience. But it's like, I think Gacha Smack said, or it might have been Tecton, I can't remember, but one of the other big content creators said, you know, well, you know, that's fucking embarrassing. And like, oh, just EOS the game within 2 months, you know, rather than try to win players over, rather than try to make the game better, rather than try to, you know, turn things around. It seems like the publisher was only interested in, you know, taking the money and running. Well, they didn't really make any money, but, you know, just basically pulling the plug on it as quickly as possible, because it didn't make the kind of money they were hoping to make with it. I'm really struggling to get these trousers. I've got to remind myself what the original looked like. Except that's killing my computer right now. Yep, that's completely killed my computer. Yeah, it's very sort of, it's very hand-drawn looking. We're getting completely different results now. I suppose that's kind of hand-drawn looking. Doesn't seem to want to complete that image. It's completely chewed my computer up instead. What are you doing to me? I don't want to be in here. What the fuck? I can't even move my mouse right now. It's completely destroyed my computer. You seem to get the odd image generation that just completely fucking destroys. Oh, there's a cross there that I need to click. It just seems to completely destroy the computer for
Yeah,
like
the
a
days
good
where
few
just
minutes.
making good games without worrying about how much it's making are long gone.
Well, I mean, I think obviously it's a business, right? Games have always cared about how much money they make, unless they're actual passion project free games that were always meant to just be free. Like kind of what I do. I'm not worried about my game making money because I know I won't. I don't even know if I could because, like, with it, I don't know what the law is like when it comes to AI art and these V-Roid models that I'm using and stuff. What is happening? Stable Diffusion killed my computer. I didn't even click anything, so I don't even know why that came up like that. It's still stuck on the same image. Yeah, like I say, sometimes I don't know why. You ask it to generate an image, and it'll like spit them out. Couple of seconds, there's a new image. Couple of seconds, there's a new image. And it's like, it has like a set amount of time that it takes. And then you'll just get one image like this one, where it'll just completely fucking destroy everything. And it just seems to take ages before it recovers. And there's no like logical reason, right? You look at the image and there's nothing spectacular about it or anything. So I don't know what the fuck that is. But yeah, since I've been doing this for the last 3 days, I've noticed that tends to happen. And it's not very often. It'll like, I don't know, it'll be like 1 in 50 images or something. Yeah, that might be my cue to leave it there for now. Because it looks like it's going to take a while to recover from this. But yeah, I think you can see kind of what I'm aiming for, right? I might just end that Python task because it's just completely destroyed my computer. I can't even move my fucking mouse right now. That's how bad it is. It's very hard to click things. I don't even know whether I caught that or not. I did. Python, fuck off. This will kill Stable Diffusion as well. But I literally need my computer back. Yeah, I don't know why that destroyed it, but it
Okay,
did.
Cappy, have a nice day, then bye.
Oh my god, I finally got my mouse back. Right, fuck you. Not you, I'm talking to this thing. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Maybe it's the seed. It doesn't like the seed, maybe. I don't know. I'll need to restart Stable Diffusion if I want to have another go anywhere. But yeah, I might continue on with this. I'll probably do some 100 Light tonight because I've missed not being able to do it. But things are being crazy in personal life right now. Like I said, my stepdad's in the hospital. Got that deal to deal with. I don't think my mum's going to need me for anything this afternoon, though. This evening. But I still need to go get some food. But at the same time, yeah, I kind of want to get this done so that I can put this, file this away and it's done, and then we can move on to the next part. It's not exactly imperative that I do this now. Like I can do it whatever order I want. But I think because I spent 3 days on this, I just kind of want to feel like, okay, that part's done now. I shouldn't need to touch it again. But yeah, I could save this for another time. It's also, I also feel like when you're working with third-party things like this, I mean, look at the difference there, right? Just yesterday I was finishing these images off, and then when I try and go back into it again today, I'm just like, it's really hard to get an image that looks like it fits in with the set now. Yeah, so I might just rename those to Boots or whatever, and even though I like the Toxic Trouser name, it might be easier than trying to get back into image generation again just to make a pair of fucking purple pants. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, overall we're looking pretty good. There was a weird error in here that I need to look into. I'm not sure. I mean, it worked, it ran, but I got a weird error when I first tried to load the game. But yeah, I'll probably be back on with some 100 line after I've had some food, I think, because I could do with a break from this. But yeah, it's nice. It is just kind of nice to see it all come together, because then it feels like you're actually reaping some fruits of your labor, as it were. And so it feels really good to see this all come together, and I think it's made it feel like those last 3 days, as rough as they've been, you know, were contributed to something overall. So that's nice. It's nice to see it in a web browser as well.
Pika Beta says, yeah, you start a project to the point where you just want to finish it.
Oh, I'm not there yet. Yeah, I'm only just getting started with this. It takes so long to make a game, but like, I want to be done with a section of it, right? Because there's like dozens and dozens of sections, right? I mean, let's just go through, right? Like, I mean, what I still need to do, right? There's characters. I still haven't even got anywhere near enough characters. There's to finish the gacha system. There's party system. There's weapons. There's dungeons. Dungeons is going to be the biggest, most challenging part, because it has to link to everything else, right? And I'm hoping to dynamically generate those to some degree, right? So like I'm gonna have hundreds, hopefully thousands of dungeons. I might do things like daily login, rewards, energy systems, stuff like that. I'm not sure yet. That's still, I'm still unsure on whether I'll do that or not, but I may well do. Then there's like story, dialogue, cutscenes, voices, music. And only when I've done all of those will I maybe be starting to think like, okay, we need to start finishing things off now. We can maybe start to finish things off. Yeah, but characters is like, so even characters can be broken down to so many different things, because you've got the models themselves, which is just the looks. So you've got to handle models, materials, dynamic loading, animation, textures. And then I've also got to set up their skills, which again requires new animations, damage calcs, stats. Stats is like base to all levels. I've got a system for that now though. So yeah, there's some, like, you can see how crazy it is, how much stuff there is to do, right? And I've only just, and there's one, let's say we've got armor. I'm only just starting to finish one of these off. Right? There's still all that to do. So like, yeah. If I was wanting to finish the entire project right now, I would just scrap this at this point, because there's still way too much to do. But no, I'm excited to move on to some of these things. But like at a certain point, you've worked on ARM for so long, you kind of just feel like, okay, I need to get this bit done, because you're aware that you've got all this other stuff to do, right, as well. And it's like, well, if I spend 3 months on this, then how long's the whole thing going to take? I'll probably never get it finished. So there is a point where you've kind of got to say, right, okay, that's good enough, let's move on, because we've got all this to do. And so yeah, fun. All right, I'm gonna get some food. I'll leave it there. Bye.